And welcome to another Breakin Broncos special. I am your host, Dan Wetstein. I do have some hopeful special guests for y'all. We've got some tentative agreements to come on the show, but again, if it doesn't happen, you're just stuck with my ugly mug. We had fun last night. I hope y'all are looking forward to tonight because last night was absolute insanity. There was 9 trades, 6 wide receivers taken. We had Trayvon Walker, who nobody even had on their boards to begin the season, ends up going number 1 overall because he just absolutely destroyed the combine. And so much more happened. We'll be recapping all of it as we go throughout the night, but mostly focusing on the picks that are going on tonight. And somehow I got moved from the draft to Pretty Woman. Sorry guys, bear with me here. I don't know why the channel's changed, but I literally just look up and it's the bathroom scene from Pretty Woman when I'm expecting to see the NFL draft. Bear with me just a moment here while I get back to what we're supposed to be watching. I don't know what okay, I just click on the draft and now I'm getting news from Ukraine. I think that things have been broken here. I apologize, y'all. Bear with me. I think I finally got it. All right, we're here. So, good. Sorry about that. Literally don't know how that happened. That was really weird. It's kind of strange to go from I've been watching pre-draft coverage this whole time, and then I look up expecting to see it change over to the draft, and we got Pretty Woman. That's interesting. That's how we start today. That's absolutely epic. Let's see what we got here. We got a couple of family and friends here. We appreciate y'all. Go ahead and leave a little something in the comments so I know who is watching, because unfortunately it does not tell me who unless you hit like. Now that would be another great thing. You can go ahead and hit that like button. Be much appreciated. As always, it is free for you, but it is priceless for us. It is, again, how we keep this going. So please support the channel. Hit the like button. Hit the subscribes. We are live right now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. So either one of those 3 places that you want to view would be great. Let your friends and family know. Let them know where they can find real draft coverage from somebody that's going to keep it as real and raw as it can possibly be. It looks like the second round just officially started. We have the first team on the clock, which is, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I was about to say the Jaguars, but I was like, wait a minute. There was a lot of trades and something happened to somebody else. But yes, it is the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that are on the clock with the 33rd overall pick. They are one of 10 teams that did not make a first round selection. We started the day yesterday with 8 teams with no first round picks, including the Broncos, as we all know here in Broncos country. So that ended up going up to 10 due to all those 9 trades that we spoke of. We saw some insanity like the New England Patriots trading back just to go ahead and take a guy that nobody had rated before the third round. Like that was the biggest shocker to me. I mean, yeah, a lot of people want to talk about Trayvon Walker making that gallop up the draft boards all the way to number one overall. But how about the fact that University of Tennessee Chattanooga got a first round draft pick and it's an offensive lineman. Like think about that. We had four offensive guards, just guards or centers go in the first round, but yet only one quarterback, no running backs, and no tight ends. Like, if this isn't the strangest draft that any of y'all have watched, and if you are not entertained, I need to check your pulse because this draft has had all of the drama, all of the intrigue, all of the storylines you could possibly want. This is a journalist's dream. So to see, and I've literally seen some people that want to call themselves journalists, that want to go around trying to say that they do this for a living, that wanted to say that the first round was garbage. What is wrong with you? Honestly, I don't understand how you could possibly say that the first round was garbage. Because to me, it was absolute perfect entertainment. I mean, ESPN could not have scripted that first round to be any better than it was, especially in a draft that is so QB just depleted. There is not one guy, again, one quarterback went in round one. I cannot remember the last time that happened. I can't in my lifetime, I cannot remember a draft that did not have a single trade up to get a quarterback. We had 9 trades, not one was for a quarterback. The only team that took a quarterback was the Pittsburgh Steelers, who just stayed pat at 20th overall and literally had their pick of any quarterback in the draft. They were all on the board and they went with the local kid, Kenny Pickett, which shout out to my guy Mike Harris. I hope you enjoy yourself tomorrow. Just wanted to give a shout out. He told me today that he's going to be going and partying with and celebrating with Kenny Pickett tomorrow at Heinz Field with some of the Pittsburgh greats. He's a Pittsburgh Steelers fan, so I just want to say congrats, my guy. I really hope you have a blast. Go and do it all. And now we have a magic trick. Sorry, that's what just caught my attention. We have a guy in sparkly pants being taken up into the rafters in a straitjacket. I guess this is Vegas. This is what we get for putting something in Vegas. Oh, now he's doing spins. Spinny, spinny. Oh, he got to be dizzy. I don't care how much you practice this. What in the world is going on here? I think this is how he gets out of it. He just spins until the fasteners give up and they puke out the restraints. I don't know. I don't know how he's not puking. I'm feeling queasy watching this. Holy jeez. Honestly, I'm not that impressed. Outside of the fact that you didn't puke. That was probably the most impressive thing in that entire magic trick. I don't understand how escaping from a straitjacket is magic. I've never understood that. Like I've never understood escapes being magic. Hey Chris, my guy, appreciate you. I appreciate the like there, guys. Please keep them coming. I do have more people than I do have likes, so y'all please just hit that like button there at the bottom. I would truly, truly appreciate it. They are absolutely priceless to me. Sorry, just seeing Goodell up. I just want to make sure he's not making a pick. Okay, it looks like they're still talking. So we can go ahead and keep talking here. But just again, if you are not entertained at this point, you really need to check your pulse. This NFL draft has been absolutely epic. And I am looking for this day to be just as crazy, if not more so. Because when you got teams like the Ravens has got 6 fourth-round picks. Think about 6 picks in one round. They just own that round. And you can't tell me that they're just going to sit back and take all 6 picks in the fourth. There's got to be some more moving and jiving that's going to be going on. So we're all going to have to stay up on our toes and try and keep up with the insanity that is about to unfold because they are done talking. Clocks are running. Tampa Bay is on the clock, looking to make their first pick of this NFL draft. Do they stay pat? Do they move back again? After yesterday, you can't count anything out. Anything is absolutely possible in this just insanity of an NFL draft in 2022 that we have. But if the Tampa Bay does stay pat, let's see, out of who is left best available, I mean, I love N'Kobe Dean. Everybody should love N'Kobe Dean. A lot of people want to knock him because he's only 5'11", but he absolutely knocks every other measurable at the point out the park. Because yes, he's 5'11", but the dude's still 230 pounds. He is rock solid and runs like a 4.4. It's insane. He ran faster than like over 20 wide receivers at the combine. Who cares that he's a couple inches shorter than you like? Most teams like their middle linebackers to be somewhere in the 6'2" to 6'4" range. So he's 3 inches off your minimum. But again, it's still as big or bigger than some of these other guys that are sitting out there at 6'2", 6'3". Like sometimes the way that players get evaluated absolutely infuriates me. Like, and I'm not even a guy that has the Napoleon complex. I'm 6'4". I should not. You probably would think that I should not care about how people view short people because I'm not one of them. I'm not part of the. But it drives me nuts when you just look at somebody and simply because of the shape that they have formed over their lifetime that they might be shorter than the shape you want or a little wider or something of that nature. If everything else checks off, ignore the one wart. It's one thing if you go and you're like, oh, he's short, he's scrawny, he's weak, he's slow, all of those things, instead of just, oh, he's just short, or oh, he's just a little bit slower than I would like. We have seen so many guys that fall. I mean, just think back: Shannon Sharp, Terrell Davis, just on the Broncos. I'm just going off the Broncos. I mean, Tom Brady, the guy going from the like 20th quarterback picked all the way, or sixth, I think it was. I know I'm being a little bit facetious, but the you have all those other quarterbacks were taken. He's taken it in the seventh round. He turns out to be the GOAT. Okay, I don't know how teams never learn when it comes to these things. It's one thing like if the guy has multiple warts or he doesn't have the production, so you got to try and see if the measurables give you a ceiling that makes it worth it. But with a N'Kobe Dean type player, Elvis Dumervil, a similar guy that dropped all the way to the third round simply because he was a 5'11" pass rusher. Dana Stubblefield, not Dana Stubblefield, John Randall, sorry. John Randall, Hall of Famer. Nobody wanted him because he was too small to be a D tackle and too slow to be a defensive end. Well, then he goes out and becomes the best pass rushing defensive tackle we probably have ever seen. All because he was able to use what they viewed as a deficit as a super ability. And I don't know why teams don't learn from these things. Because again, when you look back at Elvis Dumervil and John Randall when they were in college, their production and everything else matched up. All of their measurables, their speed, their weight, all of those things matched up. It was just simply they were short. Like how ignorant is it to say, "Oh, you can't do nothing because you're short." Like, and like I said, I'm a big guy. How do you and I don't understand that. I've never looked at somebody and been like, "Oh, you're tiny, you're nothing." No, dude, Bruce Lee was tiny. Are you gonna say that he was insignificant because he was tiny? That anybody could have whooped him? That I could be disrespectful to him because he's tiny? No. I mean, I know there's a cliche of dynamite comes in small packages, yada yada, and that's even kind of corny, but it is true. Like you can never judge a book by its cover. And I'm really killing these cliches today. I know I am. The male's top picks available. Uh, when it comes to looking, I see the top five are N'Kobe Dean, let's see, Perry and Winfrey, Logan Hall, D end out of Houston, David Ajabo out of Michigan. When it comes, I was just actually just talking about N'Kobe Dean. I don't know how much you heard there, Darren, but I think N'Kobe Dean's an absolute beast and will be a complete and utter steal anywhere from now on. Even if he goes right now to the Buccaneers, who just put their pick in, anywhere after that, he is an absolute steal. The only reason he is still on the board is because he's 5'11 instead of 6'1. Like that's literally the splitting hairs difference between why he wasn't picked in the first round to why he's still on the board. And then when you look at David Ajabo, he's only on the board because he tore his Achilles tendon at his pro day. So he's not going to be ready for the beginning of the season. Uh, Winfrey, I really like, big height, weight, speed kind of guy. Oh crap, I forgot who the other guy was. And they took him off the screen. Crud. Well, think about it. If you can tell me whoever the other guy was, I forget who it was, and I will give you my thoughts on it. Oh, there it is. Sorry, you just came back. Oh, and then it went off again. The guy after David Ajabo. I can't remember what his name was. But anyways, hello Nika. Appreciate you coming in again. As always, appreciate the love. Sweet. I'm seeing more likes. I'm seeing more people file their way in. Words are hard, y'all. Words are hard. I don't know why they're so hard for me today, but they're difficult. I think words woke up and chose violence with me. But okay, Logan Hall, defensive end, Houston goes to the Bucks. He's another guy. Let me pull up his RAS score here real quick, so I can give y'all exactly what it is. He's another one of those height, weight, speed demons. He's a big kid, big about 270 pounds, just likes to bull rush. And he's got a bit of a nasty demeanor. One of the main reasons why he's still available in round two, when you counter all his measurables, is the fact that he's just been a bit inconsistent and he's coming from a lesser conference, I guess you could say, playing over there in Houston. But I think the Buccaneers got themselves a solid pass rusher there to pair with Shaq Barrett, and one that brings a different element than Barrett. Barrett's much more of a speed and a handsy kind of pass rusher. When it comes to this kid, he's much more physical. He's really good at the bull rush. He will walk your guard right back into the lap of the quarterback and do it with ease. So I think he's going to be a good counterbalance. I'd probably give that one an immediate grade. I'll say a B. Even if he never turns into a serious pass rusher, if he can handle some of the run support duties and things of that nature, could definitely be good. Packers are already up and already in. Looks like the picks are going to be going a whole lot faster. Christian Watson. Sorry, I just saw it come up on the screen. Darren. Christian Watson, the wide receiver at North Dakota State, another absolute beast. I actually have his here. He actually scored a 996 on the RAS score. For y'all, again, that don't know what RAS score is, it's where they take all of their measurables and then take their height, weight, and all of that into account to see how great of an athlete they are on a scale of 0 to 10. 0 being the worst, 10 being the best. So this guy is 0.04 from being a perfect athlete. And is just he's like 6'4", about 230 pounds, and runs a 4.3. He reminds me a lot of a Demaryius Thomas, a kid that's coming out of a program that doesn't really have the respect that it deserves when it comes to pumping out NFL talent. Out of North Dakota State. I mean, he played with Trey Lance. That's where he had his best years before Trey Lance went to San Francisco, as we all know, early in the first round last year. So that kid is going to be an absolute stud and steal again. A lot like N'Kobe Dean, but his isn't anything physical or measurable. He has literally everything you want in a wide receiver for today. He can go up and get it with the best of them. He's big, he's strong, he's physical, and just stupid fast, especially for how big he is. So that is one guy that y'all need to look out for. Wherever he goes, he's going to become a monster. And a lot of teams are going to be sad that they didn't pick him. So there's my analysis for you completely on Mel Kiper's top 5. Malik Willis being available still is a bit of a surprise. Um, he's again another one of those guys. He has all the measurables. The reason he's still available is because he's just as likely to put a teardrop in between two defenders as he is to overthrow his wide receiver by 20 yards. Like if he had better accuracy, he would have been a top 5 pick. He has everything else you want. He runs like Cam Newton and throws like Michael Vick. His arm is insane. Right now, if he came into the league right now, he would have a top, I would say at the minimum, top 8 arm in the entire league. That's just how insane his arm talent is. But yeah, I mean, the inconsistency and the accuracy are the reason he's still available. I do not see him lasting long. Oh, speaking of Christian Watson, Aaron Rodgers gets his wide receiver. The kid we were just talking about just went to the Packers at number 34 overall. So obviously the Packers thought just as highly of him as I did. And even though they didn't get their first round wide receiver, they got a guy that was worthy of a first round pick. So Aaron Rodgers should be very happy right now. Wow. How about that? Talk about a kid. Good karma happens. I guess you could call me a good luck charm. The kid out of North Dakota State ends up in Green Bay with, I mean, I couldn't have thought of a better situation for him, honestly. I mean, yeah, would it would have definitely been a luxury pick if he fell to the Broncos, but I wouldn't have been mad if they took him. That's just how highly I thought of this kid. And the fact that he's going to Green Bay, he's a bigger version of Devontae Adams. So they could possibly, they're not obviously this year. He's a rookie. He's gonna have his bumps and that in the road, but down the line, they've got themselves potentially a better version of Devontae Adams. So they did good. Uh, all the wheeling and dealing worked out for the Packers. They got their linebacker in the first round, and now they got the wide receiver to make sure that Aaron Rodgers stays happy. All right, Titans pick is in, and they are about to announce it. I like this. Got a lot less time to fill in between picks. They were slow rolling them picks yesterday. I was dying. I'm sorry. I apologize for anybody that might have been there towards the end, but man, they were wearing me out. Uh oh. We got old man Rivers out here doing the mashed potato in his blue 3-piece with a pink shirt. Ms. Bergang, appreciate you as always. We doing it rough. So again, for those of you that might not have known or weren't here at the beginning, I am going to be here for the entire draft as long as everything. I don't know what's going. Am I the only one that has ESPN completely cutting out? Like it's happened like 5 times in the last hour where the screen just goes blank. I don't know if it's my stream. I don't know if it's ESPN. Maybe y'all can help me out, but it'd be scaring me because I'm like, is this dying? Am I going to end up having to multitask on the computer with this junk? But see some more people coming in. We appreciate y'all. Make sure when you're coming in, you hit that like button. That is our lifeblood. Please. We need it in the vein. Just right in the vein. Who do you have us taking in the draft? And my ESPN is working. Appreciate the update. So it must be my stream. So at least I know what's going on here. And when Darren says us, he is a Broncos fan. That means the Broncos with the 64th overall pick. I am hoping that the defensive tackle out of UConn is available. Travis Jones. He is a manimal. The guy's like 330 pounds, 6'4", just an absolute stud at the defensive tackle position, can take on double and triple teams with ease, which would allow all the other guys, Draymond Jones, DJ Jones, Bradley Chubb, Randy Gregory, to just go ham with the passer. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm really trying to keep a burp down. I'm not trying to pull a Howard Stern. But yeah, that is who I am hoping is available. Now, if he is not available at 64 overall, if any of the middle linebackers are available, like the kid out of Montana State, I was just talking about Raz scores. This kid, Troy Anderson, he is the first middle linebacker or off-ball linebacker of any kind to score a perfect 10. Perfect 10. There's actually four players that did that. That is Jelani Woods, the tight end out of Virginia, Zion McCullum, the cornerback out of Sam Houston State, Jordan Davis, the kid I've been raving about that ended up going to Philadelphia because they jumped in front of Baltimore yesterday, the defensive tackle out of Georgia, and then Troy Anderson, the linebacker out of Montana State. So my two hopeful wishes are that either one of those guys are Travis Jones or Troy Anderson, or even what's that other kid's name? Um, Let me find him here. Moo, yeah, Bradley Moo out of Montana or out of Wyoming. Sorry, he ended up scoring over a 9 in the RAS score as well. Great athletes. I know a lot of people love the fact that the Broncos brought back Josie Jewell and that there's Baron Browning, but it seems like they're kind of wanting Baron Browning to play more of that Micah Parsons type role where he's just going to be all over the defensive front. So I would love to see them get another just absolute freak because George Payton loves the RAS score. If there's only one real constant when it comes to his selections. If you look, every single one of the players that he selected last year had a RAS score of 8.5 or higher. And the highest of those was Baron Browning, who scored, it was something like a 9.57 or 9.67, something around that somewhere around that nature. So if you're looking to try and see where you might see a player that's going to go to the Broncos, one of the best indicators is go look at their RAS score. That's RAS. Just type it in your Google, you'll find it. Actually, what I'll do right here, boom, I actually have RAS scores up, so I'll just drop it in the chat for y'all. But there you go, right there for y'all. That is RAS score, and it has the full breakdown. If you wanted a much deeper breakdown than what I gave you, it goes all the way into the science and the analytics of how they create that score. It gets pretty in depth. So unless you're a bit of a stats nerd, you're probably going to get bored. But essentially, what I told you is what it is. The higher the score, the better the athletes. The most layman's way that I can tell y'all what that is. But if y'all want to see an insight of what George Payton and a lot of these GMs are doing, a lot of these analytically driven GMs, like if you look at the Minnesota Vikings, the New York Jets, even now, who are actually making their pick as we speak, who absolutely won round one. I mean, their haul is absolutely insane, and they just got Brees Hall, Iowa State running back, who is another high scoring RAS. I think he was like a 9.9. If y'all look on there, no, close 9.96. Brees Hall was a 9.96. That kid's insane. This is the best running back in the class. He's about 5'11, 220 pounds, and sorry, I just got a text from somebody that's supposed to be in here. Looks like they're having some trouble getting in. Okay, sorry. It's one of the guests that is supposed to be showing up. He's having some trouble getting in. So bear with me a moment here while I get them in again. Number one pick. But yes, Brees Hall, absolute beast. 9.96 RAS score, 5'11, 230, and ran a 4.3940. The fastest or third fastest 40 of any running back in the draft. But again, bear with me. We're about to have somebody else than me for you to talk to. And Okay. Sorry about that. But again, one man band, this is what happens. All right. Texas pick is in already. While I was looking down, they take Jalen Petrie, safety, out of Baylor. All right. Another good Raz score. Scored an 8.46 in the Raz. Ran a 4.46 40. Very nice. 2.57 20-yard split, 1.53 10-yard split, 4.18 shuttle, and a 6.74 3-cone drill. So very sudden, very quick, very jittery, very fast. And as a strong safety with a lot of size, that's a lot of speed to go with that size. And yeah, he can hit. Y'all didn't catch them highlights. Boy can hit. You add speed and size of this nature to that backfield. Nice job. Nice job, y'all. That Houston actually seems to not being as stupid as they normally are and actually making some good picks. Now we got the Falcons, 38 overall. This is honestly somewhere I could see, and they just moved up because they weren't picking until 43. So the Falcons, I'm saying this is where we see Malik Willis go off the board. This really could be where Malik Willis finally. It's either Malik Willis or Desmond Ridder. I think either one of those guys would fit the Falcons scheme best. There's always a chance for Sam Howell, but I think Ridder or Willis would probably be the better pick. I guess we're gonna have to wait to see. I thought they were about to announce the pick the way they went to the war room, but it seems like they're still talking and debating. See who's available. Yeah, I don't see how they move. I mean, unless we have a full 10 trades that teams move up and don't take a quarterback, that would be insane. We're gonna have to start counting if this is not where Malik Willis or another quarterback goes, we're gonna have to start counting the trade ups that are not for a quarterback. Like, I know that every mock draft analyst out there is absolutely annoyed with this draft because there's no way that anybody came anywhere near trying to predict this draft. This has been so unpredictable, so crazy and off the wall. I honestly cannot remember in my entire life a draft that was just this intriguing with so many storylines, so many big names being moved, so many picks going up and down the draft board. I think the Rams started something and it's kind of snowballed into something nobody expected. Oh, there he is. All right. Let's get him in.
What's up, buddy?
Buddy? Hey, man, how we doing? This is Steve Britton. This is a buddy of mine from Full Sail. I got him in here so we can have somebody else to talk about, and I'm not just sitting here talking at y'all. Get some other perspectives. So this is Steve Britton. Y'all don't know who he is. Y'all need to learn who he is. He's going to be here with us for a while. So, Steve, how you seeing this draft and how it's unfolding so far?
Dude, this draft has been, it honestly is the reason why we watch the draft. Honestly, it's been exciting. There's been so much stuff that's happened that you couldn't predict at all. I had a feeling there would be a lot of trades just because this draft, I always thought coming into it was always guys that'll be on your team for the next 10 years, not like there's no star. So I think a lot of teams are trying to trade out. And there's been nothing but trades. Like it's every few minutes there's a trade.
We just had our 10th. Falcons are now on the clock. They're about to announce the pick here. Like, I'm saying this is where we finally see another quarterback. I'm saying Malik Willis. What about you?
Honestly, I just got a thing saying that the Colts were linked to him, so I was okay with that. But I agree. I think this would be finally. I would hope that the kid's going to fall, and like it's not fair for him.
Right. And could you imagine 10 trades and none of them were for a quarterback? Like this
Right.
has to be the one that's
Yeah.
for a quarterback.
It makes sense. It makes sense, honestly.
Like it's just insane to me. Like just to think about it. We had 6 wide receivers go,
Right.
only 1 quarterback,
Yeah.
and no running backs, no tight ends.
Yeah, the first
And
running back just went off the board.
yes, in the second
Yeah.
round, and we had what was it, like 7 offensive linemen went
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
pretty sure
first
it was
round?
the first time, I think, in like they said like 20 some years or something, that all 5 defensive players went right away for first 5 picks or something.
First 5 picks, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And here we go. We got to have Big Mama here announce the pick. Oh my goodness, this is not for a
Wow.
quarterback.
Still no.
10 trade ups and not a
Wow.
single quarterback. The only quarterback taken was by a team that waited 20 picks and literally had their pick of them all.
Right, and what's wild too, if you go back, let's go 2 weeks ago. Malik Willis was the only thing people were talking about. It was Kenny Pickett, Malik Willis. He's going to jump him. There's nobody that could have predicted that he was going to fall to the second. If like this is going on the middle of the second round now.
Yes, we are at.
Who's up? Is Chicago up next?
Yep, Chicago is up next.
They're not taking a quarterback. They got Justin Fields.
Right.
So he's falling even further.
Yeah, and then Seattle. I mean,
that's where I think it's going to be. Seattle makes sense. Seattle makes sense. Yeah. You're basically kind of replacing with a poor man's Russell Wilson.
Right. Exactly.
You know, I mean, they're both mobile. You know, he has a big arm. I haven't really, honestly, I can't lie. Like, I've never watched very many Liberty games. But, I mean, I can try to be all the analyst I want, but I haven't watched one Liberty game. I ain't going to lie. But from the videos I've seen, he throws a clean ball. Like, the deep ball he throws is very nice.
Yeah, it's insane. Yeah, his problem is it's not any of the – he has all of the physical traits. It's his inconsistent accuracy, especially throwing left. If when throwing left, he's as likely to hit his guy in the breadbasket as he is to throw it 20 yards down the field. Going right, he looks like Joe Montana. It's insane how just
and any good defensive coordinator, and especially with the way the defenses go in the leagues now, they're going to figure that out. They will force him to go to the direction he doesn't want to go. Like, they will figure that out.
Exactly. And so, I mean, yeah, I think Seattle, I mean, that's the pick number 40. That's the second round pick they got in the Russell Wilson trade. I thought that they might actually take Malik Willis at number 9 in the first round because I just did not see Malik falling out of the first. Because
I agree. I was writing all the picks down, and like I was just going over all of them. Like, a lot of the picks, I'm like, why did you make those picks? Like, honestly, and like for Jacksonville, the Trayvon Walker one, I feel like, why did you do that? Why for a franchise that needs to nail it? You guys literally took another flyer. You know, you could have took Aiden Hutchinson. Aiden Hutchinson is not going to be Von Miller. He's not going to be one of those guys, but he's going to be around. He's going to be good. You know, you guys have who is it? What not Miles Jack? Who's the guy that Josh Allen? You already have your star there. So this guy could be the guy that can help him out, kind of thing. But you guys took a guy that had 9 career sacks over an entire college. Like, that's crazy. Over a guy that had 15 sacks. Like, really?
Right. And overlooked all of the offensive tackles when you have a left tackle that was rated as one of the worst in the league last year.
Correct. Yeah.
And you got Trevor Lawrence, who's supposed to be the second coming of Andrew Luck or something.
Yeah,
and you don't give him anything when you have your pick of the litter. And how did you take almost the entire clock? You're the number 1 pick. Like, this drives me nuts. You got 4 months to figure out who your pick is, and you take the full 10 minutes? Why?
So check this out. So local radio was still talking, like, in doing interviews with, was it Trent Baalke, I believe his name is, and up until the draft, they still had no idea what was going to happen. They were still like, and that's the same radio guys were like, how do you guys not know? Like, this, you guys have had this much time, and it's a day before that. Like, literally on Thursday, I was listening to the radio, sports local radio, and they were talking about that they still didn't know if they were going Aiden Hutchinson, if they're going this other guy, and it's like, dude, how do you not know?
How have you not known? At least until I could see you not having a pick until the combine, but once the combine happens and you got the number 1 overall pick, there's no excuse for you to not know. I mean, it just speaks to the ineptitude of that franchise.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, the other thing is that the one thing I did like about the draft, though, and I did like that what happened was Aiden Hudson fell to Detroit. Michigan guy, like Detroit needs a break of some sort, like so that was kind of cool. If there's some sort of silver lining in the situation, I think that was kind of cool that he fell to Detroit, so that's going to help out Detroit's ticket sales. Like that's a cool thing. He's a Michigan guy, and ends up in Detroit,
Right.
So.
Yeah, same thing with Kenny Pickett in Pittsburgh.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
That
was my next thing. I was
stories.
say, yeah.
Or like the biggest shock to me, like everybody wants to talk about, like you just brought up Trayvon Walker going #1 overall. The big thing to me is Bill Belichick. Is he mad or is he a mad genius? The dude moved back and then takes guy out of UT Chattanooga.
Yeah,
Tyler Smith. Like,
right.
What?
Yeah, that one's definitely gonna be one of those that people are gonna talk about for a long time. Like you were saying, like are you either brilliant or you like just past your prime and it's time to pass the rings over or something,
Right. Yeah, I think this might be the pick that we get that answer. That because a lot of people have asked that with the way that he works the draft and works free agency. And he takes all
for
these
such a brilliant mind. For such a brilliant mind with football, they've just notoriously not been good at drafting. Really, like they find guys later on. Don't get me wrong, but like their picks they should nail, they haven't really.
Yeah, their first round pick, just the history of his with first round picks is abysmal. I think he's got like
Forte.
one.
God, that's a throwback, man. Matt Forte up there.
I know, right? I loved him when he played, though.
Oh man, he was fantasy football god, man.
Back. Yes, right. Like so many people forget about the man, but yes, he was the fantasy football god.
Yeah, that Fat Forte was great, man. You can always make good fantasy football team names out of his name too.
Right.
What's your favorite fantasy football team name you've come up with?
I'm not really good with those, actually.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I still the internet. I let the internet help me.
I got you. I always try to come up with my own, but like I always come up with lame ones like Colorado Natives or Colorado Crushers.
Something Colorado based,
Something Colorado based. I got a little bit of pride where I'm from. Gotta let them know. Oh, we have another pick in real quick. Bears take Kyler Gordon, 39th overall, cornerback out of Washington. Just go ahead. I did not talk to you, Siri. Shut up. All right. Kyler Gordon. Let's look up his RAS score. I don't know about you, but I'm a big guy when it comes to RAS score. Ooh, he's got a really good one. 9.69. Almost perfect.
Wow.
Yeah, I guess he's over 6 foot, runs a 4.52, a 3.69 shuttle though. So he's really quick, sudden.
Yeah.
Probably a good slot corner.
Yeah, that's where they've been going off of the slot.
Yes.
So who do you think has won the draft so far? Who do you like?
Man, when it comes, I'm the Jets, man. I am not a guy that really likes to give props to the Jets, but since they've gotten Robert Saleh and all those new front office people, they've really turned the corner. And I mean, those 3 first-round picks were insane. Like they got 3 blue chippers. Yeah, 3 blue chippers at serious positions of need, and they still kept their highest second-round pick. So they've had 4 picks already in the top 35.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think the Jets did a hell of a job. Going back to the Lions, I think the Lions have done pretty decent too. And I'd say I like what they did. The AJ Brown trade was a shocker, but I think that the Eagles have done pretty well with that too. I mean, Smith and Brown. That's a hell of a duo.
That's a hell of a first round, right?
You know who else I'm really shocked that has still not come off the board is Nakobe Dean.
Right. I
feel like somebody's going to get a steal with him.
God, yeah, I know, and it's all because he's 5'11" instead of 6'1". If that man was 2 inches taller, he would have went in the top 15.
If you put the tape on that guy, he's around every play. Like That one surprised me that Nakobe Dean and going back to Walker, like how Walker went above Dean, and Dean was damn near every play. Like I don't know, that one surprised me a lot.
Wow. I was just looking up the RAS score for Nakobe Dean. I guess they don't have any of his combine numbers. Like he did go to the combine, right?
I thought so.
Yeah, because they have him
Maybe he didn't
composite
participate.
side
Maybe he showed
grades.
up and did interviews. Maybe he didn't participate.
Yeah. All they have is height and weight, and they have him rated as very poor because of height and weight. Because
Well,
he's
this could be
5'11 and 229. But I mean, dude,
this
230 at 5'11, you know how much
right.
muscle you gotta
Yeah,
put on?
that's yeah. Well, this could be it here because the Seahawks already have their pick in, and Willis is still out there.
Yep.
So
And
that
they
to
have
me,
back to back.
yeah, that one makes kind of sense there.
It really does. I mean, like I said, they got back-to-back picks, so they
Yeah,
take a quarterback here, then they can turn around and fill another need with
right.
41. I mean, unless they really believe in Drew Lock. And I mean, I've been a guy that's defended Drew Lock to an extent. I've never
Yeah,
said he was a franchise guy, but I've always said he's had the potential to be if put in the right position and actually given a chance to succeed. So if Pete Carroll sees that in him, I mean, they might not go, but
yeah.
like you said, it just, if anywhere right now, maybe even Indy at 42. I
Right. Yeah. I would be okay with that because it would be a great bridge from Matt Ryan. Now they made the trade. Last time we talked, actually, we were talking about the Carson Wentz trade. Is anybody actually
yes.
going to take him? And they made the move. But no, I really like the Matt Ryan deal they got. I thought the price was pretty
Oh
good.
yeah, that was
But
real
2
steal.
years, that'd be perfect. Get Willis if he falls, get Willis. Have him sit behind
Yeah, let
Matt
him
Ryan. Matt
learn.
Ryan's willing to teach.
And that's what Willis needs. Like
Yeah. Yeah. Agreed.
that's the catch 22 with these quarterbacks is there's a couple that can be very successful
Mm-hmm.
if they fall in the right spot.
Mm-hmm.
If they have the right personnel and coaching to get the best out of them. Like saying that Malik Willis going to Houston, bad idea.
Yeah.
Malik Willis going to Seattle or Indy, great idea.
Yeah.
They have bridge quarterbacks. They can let him sit, and he doesn't have to be the guy immediately. If he turns it around and somehow pulls a Russell Wilson and just
Mm-hmm.
balls out of his mind, great. But he doesn't have to, and it allows him to go the Aaron Rodgers route. Sit back,
Mm-hmm.
learn behind potentially a future Hall of Famer if he goes to Indy,
Right.
and then take over when he's ready.
They didn't take him.
And nope, it's Boye Mafe. I like this kid. That's a really good pass rusher, real quick first step. He's not the biggest,
Mm-hmm.
but he's just violent with his hands.
Yeah.
And that first step is special. And he does good in run support, so that never hurts either.
Yeah, absolutely. I would think. I mean, like we keep on saying here. I mean, like they got back to back, so and they already get the pick
Right.
in. They already get the pick in. So I
Yep,
would
and
have
so-
to assume.
Yep, they would have to. I would have to assume they got something
Right.
going.
Because if he falls
ain't
to
playing.
Indy, like honestly, they do need a wide receiver, a couple wide receivers. But I mean, I don't know. You could theoretically draft.
And yeah, and they were one of the teams without a first round pick.
Yeah.
But this wide receiver class is so deep.
Yeah. Yep.
Once you get past Willis, Ritter, and Howell, it's a severe drop off
Absolutely.
for
It
the
is.
quarterbacks after that.
It really
and,
is.
And like again, we're talking about the warts with those three guys. Can you imagine the severe drop off after that? So
Yeah.
a wide receiver, you could still get a starting wide receiver and potentially even a star in the late third on through the fourth round.
Oh, they're ready to go. So it's got to be Willis, right? I mean, come on.
Willis or Ritter, one of the two.
Oh.
But poor Willis, man, sitting in that green room all day.
Wow, they didn't do it.
No, a running back.
Back.
We officially have more running backs off the board than quarterbacks at this point.
Didn't they just re-sign Chris Carson too? Like, didn't they just extend him or something?
Yeah, and they still got
Penny,
Rashad
right?
Penny. Yeah. I mean, I know they want to run the ball, but I mean, I think this is a testimony to the fact that Pete Carroll loves him some Drew Lock. They've had 3 picks and not a quarterback in sight.
Who's up next? I can't see it from where I'm
Indy.
sitting. Is that New Orleans next?
Indianapolis.
Indy's oh yeah, it is. Okay.
Yeah, Indy's 42.
Well,
And
hell,
the Giants are 43 after the
we'll see
trade
this live
back.
together then.
Right.
Damn.
I like it.
I mean, I don't know. Can Indy really pull that off and get Malik Willis there? I mean, or do they
They
go?
could, and standing pat, not having to move up or down, not having a first round pick, and they can still get the consensus number one quarterback on just about
Yeah,
everybody's board at 43 overall.
yeah.
I mean, that's even more insane than what the Pittsburgh Steelers did when they just stood pat for 20 picks and had their pick of the litter.
I was listening to a podcast with or not actually a podcast, excuse me, a press conference with Chris Ballard the other day for the Colts, and he brought up a good point because a lot of people come on saying we need wide receivers, we need wide receivers, we need wide receivers, and he goes, you can get these guys. He said a wide receiver is so interesting the way things have changed. He said a good defensive coordinator can take that $1 million guy that you just spent all this money on, can take him out in one game. They can scheme for it. He's like, so it's not all about just getting wide receivers and stuff. Yes, we could probably upgrade, but he's like, it's not all about that. And I was like, man, that's actually kind of smart. He's like, because a good defensive coordinator could just take that guy out. And then what are you supposed to do? You dumped a bunch of money in this guy.
Right.
It actually kind of makes sense. I
It
wish he
really
was a
does,
little
actually.
bit less stingy with the money, but I also get his point. That's why the Colts will always have money to spend, but
Right. Yeah. And I mean, that's part of team building that intrigues me. I love to watch different teams' philosophy on how they
yeah,
divvy up the cap space.
yeah,
Because a lot of people think they make the mistake of thinking that everything's fantasy football and that you can just put
exactly, yeah,
whoever you want on any team, and they
right,
don't really think about the fact that you have to factor in how much of a percentage of your cap is going to your quarterback, how much
right,
of a percentage is going to go to your running backs. How do you value those positions? Are you willing to pay those positions? What's your philosophies? All those things come into account when it comes into who you keep and who you let go. A
correct,
lot of
yeah,
the since like what Tennessee did with AJ Brown.
yep,
They traded him and then turned around and just drafted his replacement because they knew they weren't going to be able to pay him
mm-hmm.
what he wanted, which he ended up getting $25 million a year, which is insane
yeah.
for a wide receiver. Like you said, you just
Yeah,
spent
and
$25 million on a
hasn't he
guy.
been pretty injury prone too?
I mean, he's never like been out for extended periods of time,
But
but
every
because
season
of the
hurt.
physical, yeah, but because of the physical nature of the way he plays,
Right.
he does end up with a bunch of nicks, like an ankle twisted here, a knee twisted there. He's never had a major injury, but yeah, just about every year he's missed a game
Yeah,
or
that's what I
two.
kind of thought.
You know,
Hell of a player though.
and
I
also,
do like AJ Brown,
yeah,
but I just that's wild how things have changed, man. It's been a wild offseason. It's been probably one of the most
right.
memorable offseason ever.
Right. And he's also another thing like people aren't talking about is the fact that AJ Brown's going from one of the more accurate quarterbacks in the league to one of the lesser accurate quarterbacks in the league,
Yep.
which is going to again open him up for more of those injuries. Like it's something I talked about last year with Teddy Bridgewater. Like everybody wanted to talk about the things he did, but they never talked about the fact that he's the reason Jerry Jeudy got hurt. He's the reason KJ Hamler got hurt because he was putting them in terrible positions
Yeah.
over the middle of the field to just get destroyed by middle linebackers and safeties. So, and Tom Brady even commented on things like that where he's like, I'm the kind of quarterback, I'm not going to throw my wide receiver into trouble. If I see that there's a middle linebacker lurking, I don't care if I could squeeze it in. I'm not going to make that throw.
Right.
But when you have a guy like Jalen Hurts, he's going to make that throw.
Yeah.
And he's going to get somebody hurt. And unfortunately, A.J. Brown, like we said, already has the injury history.
Right.
That just complicates matters even worse.
What the hell? The Colts traded the
What
pick.
happened? No, they did. The Vikings moved up. Well, we know it's not a quarterback here. Still waiting. Because they just recommitted to Kirk Cousins. So, well, we're still waiting for a quarterback. And then he's not going to the Giants because we know Gettleman is married to Daniel Jones. He's not going to Cleveland. So we're going to be waiting. Who's at 45? Let me see.
Wow. So I want to know what was the trade here because the Colts just fell back pretty far. It looks like they're not
This
next.
This is the 11th trade. I'm going to say Nakobe Dean goes here.
Okay, I can buy that. Man, somebody's going to get some steals here, man. Nakobe Dean, Willis, somebody's going to get some good players late.
Maybe 46 because that's when the Lions pick.
Okay.
So 46 is because From here on, we have Minnesota, no, not taking a quarterback. Giants, not taking a quarterback. Browns, definitely not taking a quarterback. Ravens,
Yep.
hell no, they're not taking a quarterback. So
Hmm.
the very next option we have is at 46. And if Detroit could stand back at 46, do what they did in the first round, and then walk away with a Malik Willis or somebody of that nature, that's just insane. And
Do you think
they're going to be running with
you
the
think
Jets
Baker
for the
gets
best.
traded? You think Baker gets traded, or what do you think's going to happen with that?
I
Because he's still
I
he's
don't
definitely out there.
I know, right? And he is better than every one of these quarterbacks available.
Yeah,
Like,
he's a bona fide starter. He may be a douche, but I mean,
yes,
like he has his moments. But I mean, like he's a bona fide starter.
yes, definitely. I don't understand it at all. Let's see. Vikings are on the clock now. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate that. I guess if I'd have looked at our comments, we'd have realized it before we did. Appreciate you, Darren. But here we go. They are making the pick. Again, we know it's not a quarterback unless they just want to shock the whole world and, you know, have Kirk Cousins become A-Rod 2.0. That could be fun. That's a fun storyline.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. God, these people talk so much.
Bro, I was just thinking the same thing. Just get to the damn point, bro.
It really does. Like, dude, just get up
Unless
there.
you're a Vikings fan, you have no clue who this guy is. Like, come on, bro.
Right? Like, nobody cares, bro. Just announce the pick. Unless you're the Make-A-Wish kid from yesterday that absolutely
Yeah,
won the
I
draft.
know, I know.
You know, just shut up and make the pick.
Yeah. The only one I did like,
He's
though,
still
maybe
going.
being a Colts homer, was Pat McAfee a couple years ago or something. He was pretty good. Pat McAfee's he's just good on in
Yes.
general, but he was pretty
But
funny.
yeah, he's
But
just entertaining. He was
yeah,
entertaining, though. These guys, they're like trying to be like relive their glory days. And it's like, dude, nobody
right,
knows who you are.
right. Remember when I
Nobody
made that one
watched
play
you.
that one time?
Right? Like Al Bundy from
Right, exactly.
Married with
Four touchdowns,
Children. 4
four
touchdowns.
touchdowns, one game.
So this is why I need people my age on here more often. You get my references.
Dude, you know what's funny? Actually, I just started rewatching Married with Children, like from the beginning. Never watched it. That shit is still funny.
It
Like that
really is.
show is still very funny.
It's
Actually,
hilarious. I actually just moved up my sister from Florida and she's living with us. So, and like she loves she's so much into 90s nostalgia. Like the
yeah,
only thing that's ever on my TV anymore is Married with Children, Full House. I mean, you name it from the 90s. She's what
yeah,
Family Matters. Like I've been like, dude, I haven't watched any of these since I was in like high
yeah.
school.
Right.
But yes, they're still great. Like even
Dude, it's
Family
still
Matters, I'm
relevant now.
catching
It's still
myself.
funny. Like it
It
still
is.
works.
It's
You could never
insane
do it in
how
2022 though. Like you could never
right.
get away with that humor, but like it is
Oh
still very funny.
no. Yeah, especially the chauvinistic humor.
Yeah.
Like
What's
I think
great
that's
though is
about the only thing that would get them in trouble. I think they could get away with just about everything else, but that
yeah.
whole show because of the Me Too movement, but yeah, they'd have
What
some
what
issues.
what happened here? Did he
Did he not did he was just gonna walk off without all that talk and he was about to walk off without announcing the pick. Bro, Andrew Booth Jr., Clemson. I knew it was. Wait,
Oh man.
that was almost
That
as
was
good as
great. This
Sauce
draft
trying
is
to
the
escape
best.
the Jets, right? That's almost as good as Sauce Gardner trying to escape the Jets.
Yeah.
That was great. Like he gets picked by the Jets. Like, did you see the NFL memes? I don't know if you follow them on Twitter. If you don't, you should. At NFL memes, oh my God, they got some great ones that are like Sauce Gardner gets drafted by the Jets and then immediately tries to make his escape. Sorry, guys, I need a drink. Ugh. Yes, I have a mini fridge in my studio. Don't judge me. And I got snacks too.
yeah.
I'm a fat guy.
I'm actually about to eat now. Have you seen the new Batman movie?
Yes,
Is it good?
it is.
I'm about to watch it. I've heard it's like 15 months long or something.
It is. It is long. I enjoy it. I am an uber Batman fan, so I'm a
Okay.
bit biased, but I really enjoyed it. I like the fact that they are really attacking the detective side
Okay.
of Batman, showing why he is the world's greatest detective. And Robert
Yeah, they're moving
Pattinson's
along.
not
Yeah.
bad. Yeah, they are. Ooh, we got Giants in already. Let's see if he remembers to actually make the pick.
Right? That's key. You had one job.
Right, you had one job. You
One job.
talk all that mad junk and then try to walk off without announcing the pick. He is officially a meme. Wandale Robinson, wide receiver out of Kentucky. There's another bit of a shocker.
Yeah.
Most places had him going in the 3rd round.
You know what's great is watching the draft, like the fan reaction. Like they're just so hyped and they have no idea who this guy is.
Right, they have no
None of
idea.
these people have ever watched a
None.
snap of Kentucky football. I guarantee it.
Exactly. Thank you. It is absolutely hilarious. Like,
Yeah, so hyped.
Ooh,
You
he's
can
got
see
a
the guy's like,
really
who the hell is this guy?
Ooh, he's got a bad RAS score, 7.36. I mean, it's not terrible, but
It is the Giants.
it is the Giants. He's only 5'8", 178, and ran a 4.44.
Huh.
So he's tiny. It's
Well,
still
then they might
quick.
be trying to replace him with Kadarius Toney, because I guess apparently Kadarius Toney has problems with him now or something too. So
What's going on with Kadarius Toney after they made that retarded top 10 pick last year?
yeah, well, he apparently they have some issues going on. He reportedly went on Instagram or something like that and was like, I don't give a F or something like that. You can play with me if you want to. And then like there's still he didn't I know what it was. I'm sorry. He didn't show up for voluntary workouts. And so
Are we serious?
yeah, so like people are trying to connect the dots, and then apparently they're shopping him now or something. So
Yes, he is on the block. I am seeing that now. It is everywhere. Everybody's talking about Kadarius Toney being traded. But I mean, again, he didn't show up to let's slow this down for some people. Voluntary workouts.
Yeah.
And we're tripping.
Right.
Practice?
Yeah, and some people are saying he might have not realized that like voluntary when you're like in your 2nd year means you need to be there. He might have just said, okay, voluntary, I don't want to go. Who the hell wants to go?
Right. And I mean, that's such a dysfunctional franchise. It's not like he's got a veteran that he can lean on and teach him how to, the ways.
Yeah.
He doesn't have his Mando to tell him this is the way.
Yeah, correct.
He's just kind of out there floundering. And so again, voluntary workouts. Let's make sure that's clear. He didn't skip mandatory workouts. He skipped voluntary.
Didn't fill a drug test. No PDs.
Right.
Just nothing. Didn't show up to not want to work.
To practice.
Yeah. What are we talking about again?
Practice?
Oh, okay. All right, brother. Well, hey, I gotta run, man. I appreciate you having me on here and everything, man. It was fun, man. We should do this again.
Yeah, it was a blast, man. Hey, I'm live all the time. Just keep in contact. I'm happy to have you. It was an absolute blast, man. I appreciate it.
All right, brother. See you, man.
Take it easy. All right, that was fun. Hope y'all enjoyed that. That is my guy, Steve and Brennan. Again, if y'all don't know him, get to know him because you're going to be seeing him around a lot more often. All right. And anybody I've sent a link to, wink, wink, that would like to join, you can join at any time. I know you're in here. We'll put you on camera and put you on the hot seat. I'm happy to. But no. Here we go. Next up, we have the Houston Texans. Their pick is in. Let's see. Who could it be? So they've already got a safety from earlier in this round. They took a cornerback, as we all know, Derek Stingley Jr., number 2 overall, and an offensive lineman, Kenyon Green, at 15th overall. And out of who is available, because they need literally everything, I think this would be a good place for Nakobe Dean. I think they're married to Davis I forgot the name of the quarterback of the Houston Texans. Davis Mills. There we go. Sorry. Davis Mills. They're married to him for a year. So I don't see them taking a quarterback. Let's see. I think either Nakobe Dean or this is either where Nakobe Dean or David Ajabo's slide ends. I think either one of those guys would be a great addition to that defense. Yeah, looking here deeper, I don't really see anybody else. I mean, unless maybe they go George Pickens, the big fast wide receiver out of Georgia, if they want to add some speed to the offense, since they went all defense day one and the first pick of day two. But they do have a defensive head coach now, so. Oh, John Mechie, wide receiver out of Alabama. He's a smaller, shifty receiver. He's 5'11", 187. Very polished route runner. He can run anything on the tree a lot. He's a smaller version of Jerry Jeudy. Um, and I think he might actually be a little bit faster. Let me look up what his 40 time was. Don't think he went to the combine. All right, looks like he ran a 4.5. And that makes sense why he would have dropped. Very productive in college, obviously, as most every wide receiver that comes out of Alabama was productive in college. Um, but yeah, that 4.5 is going to be what's let him slide down into the second round. He's probably going to be limited to the slot. He's not really going to take the top off of the defense. But again, he's a running specialist. Um, see, a good comp would be like old Larry Fitzgerald, essentially. You know, after he lost his step and was playing much more of the slot. About the first comparison I can come up with here. All right, look at that. As many likes as I have people. I love it. I appreciate y'all. All right, the pick is in for Baltimore. Man, if they go Nakobe Dean and slide him into that defense, it's going to be nasty. But they don't really need a linebacker at this point. That would be a luxury pick, but that is kind of what the Ravens do. They do need to, let's see, maybe some more offensive line help. I don't know of any offensive line here. I guess maybe Bernard Raymond of Central Michigan wouldn't be a bad pick, or Abraham Lucas of Washington State, but that'd be a little bit of a reach when it comes to Lucas. I think the best available is going to be Bernard Raymond. And honestly, there's not an offensive tackle or guard I'd probably take in the next 20 or so picks when it comes to value. There's a lot of other players out there. I could also see, they're showing the Achilles injury of Ojabo. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Again, if y'all don't know and y'all aren't watching, the only reason David Ojabo is still available at this point is because he blew out his Achilles at his pro day while he was working out for NFL scouts. If that would not have happened, he would not have made it out of the top 20 in the first round. So him working out for NFL teams a second time after the combine is what's costing him tens of millions of dollars at this point. All right, Ravens have the pick in. I say Nakobe Dean or David Ojabo. They just seem to be the freaks they like to snatch up. And they have the ability, especially with like an Ojabo, to kind of sit behind some guys and get healthy and not have to rush him back, as opposed to if he went to somewhere that needs a pass rusher today. I think the Ravens would be a really good place. Broncos would be a really good place if Ojabo could actually fall that far, but that's a bit asking for it. All right, they are announcing the Baltimore picks. These are flying through today. Honestly, I wouldn't be mad at that. Um, but there's a lot more needs on this team than it is to waste on a quarterback, especially when you have a quarterback that's going to be starting for the next 10 years. If this was Aaron, if they went out and got Aaron Rodgers and it was Aaron Rodgers under center, I'd be like, yeah, go for it. But with it being Russell Wilson, where he's still got anywhere from 8 to 10 years left in him, not going to happen. Plus, George Payton's too smart for that. If we were another franchise, say, the Cowboys, they'd do something stupid like that. Like, oh, there it is. I told y'all. No way Ajabo was falling any farther. There you go. David Ajabo, linebacker out of Michigan, is finally off the board. Poor kid. Like I said, he's already lost tens of millions of dollars. He doesn't need to lose anymore. It's good to see him end up in a good situation out there in Baltimore with a great defensive staff, even with losing Wink Martindale in the offseason due to philosophical differences, as they said. But Ajabo, he's just so raw. He could end up being a Von Miller type. He has the ceiling to be a Hall of Famer, but his floor is so low too because he's just so raw. He grew up in Nigeria, or I'm sorry, he was born. I won't say Nigeria. He was born in Africa. I can't remember exactly what country, but he was born in Africa, raised in Ireland, and then started up football in college and has been learning and has went from a guy that got like 5 snaps in his first 2 years to being an all conference linebacker and pass rusher. He's an absolute physical freak. And the Ravens just added another talented defender to a long, long, long line of talented defenders in Baltimore. That's an A plus pick for me for the Baltimore Ravens. Where did I put my drink? There it is. Talking too much. Oh, Keegan Michael Key. Okay. Love me some Key. Is this Malik Willis finally? Nope. Josh Pascal, DN Kentucky. Goodness. Do we finally see a quarterback go off to Washington in the next pick? Because, like I said, 46 was the next nearest, and that didn't work out. Josh Pascal, DN of Kentucky. Kentucky's really kind of turned out to be a pass rush university. Like, they've had a lot of guys and linebackers in general. I mean, you just look at all the linebackers they've been pumping out of Kentucky. It's been insane. I mean, from Danny Trevathan to Woodyard to Josh Allen to, or not Josh Allen, shoot, Khalil, or not, no, yeah, Josh Allen. Then, I mean, all these guys. It's insane. For a team that can never win anything, they can sure point out, they can sure pump out the linebackers and pass rushers. Ooh, and another physical freak. Josh Pascal has a 9.7 RAS. Ran a 4.77 40-yard dash at 6'2 and a half, 268 pounds. That's pretty dang good. Especially with a 1.57 10-yard split, which is the most important. Like, just to break this down for y'all, when I say a 10-yard split, that means the first 10 yards of the 40. How fast did they run the first 10 yards? When it comes to big guys, that's the more important number. Yes, you have your Jordan Davises that go out there at 340 pounds and run a 4.8, and people lose their mind. But the most important thing is when it comes to defensive and offensive linemen is what was the first 10 yards? Because they're very, very rarely are these guys running 20, let alone 30, 40 yards downfield. It just very rarely happens. And so even if they have the speed, it's kind of useless. The most important is how quickly can you get 10 yards down the field? How quickly can you get that far because very rarely is the quarterback going to be more than 10 yards down the field. So if you're a defensive end and you have a really quick 10-yard dash or 10-yard split, it means that you're quick off the ball and your first couple steps are super quick, which matter or which are everything when it comes to pass rushing. Your first step and your hand placement are crucial. If you miss either one of those things, you're done when it comes to any good offensive lineman. They don't have to be great. Any good offensive lineman, if you have a false step or a misplacement of your hands, you're done. They got you locked down, and you're that for that play, you're done. If you don't have that, if you don't win the first step and the placement of your hands, you're done. So that 10-yard split is where it comes in real crucial for offensive and defensive linemen specifically. But this kid, he hit all the marks. Height, outside of the height, which I think he, oh, sorry, I just moved that. Uh, he is in the 20th percentile in height, according to Raz, when it comes to um, their scoring system, which puts him quite low because he's only 6'2.5", and for a defensive end, that's a little short. But again, as we talked about with John Randall and people or guys of that nature, being short is not always a hindrance. Sometimes it can be a super ability. It can they use that leverage, and it becomes unfair for these tall offensive linemen that just can't get down to block these guys. So just because a guy's short doesn't mean that he can't play. All right, next up, Washington Commanders. Pick is in. They took Jahan Dotson in the first round, which I did not understand. I would have much rather have seen them taking a big wide receiver because they already got the small, shifty, fast wide receiver that can take the top off of the defense and Terry McLaurin. Why you doubled up with an even smaller version of Terry McLaurin, I don't know. But I mean, this is the Washington Commanders we're talking about that is literally being investigated by Congress. So that's the mess they have. They got him with Subway sandwiches. This poor kid looking at his Subway like, I ain't eating this. He's like, I don't know what kind of mess y'all gave me, but I ain't touching this. And those are some ugly jackets. Oh, these folk going crazy over players they've never heard of. It's hilarious, as Steven pointed out. Oops, Santana Moss making the pick, or announcing the pick, I should say. Let's see who they got. Fedarian Mathis, the defensive tackle out of Alabama. I guess they just figured that they needed to add to a strength. uh, I mean, that defensive line, and I mean, just that defense as a whole. I mean, if anything, they needed some defensive backs, a safety, a cornerback, something of that nature. But they really needed a lot more help on the offensive side of the ball. Poor Carson Wentz, he might be running for his life because that offensive line in Washington is not the greatest. I mean, it's not the worst, but it's also not the greatest. And we all know how Carson Wentz panics when he's under pressure. So the fact that they're not surrounding him with enough pass protectors could spell doom for a Washington team that I was expecting to surprise a lot of people this year. But and I mean, for, like again, Fedarian, I'm not saying anything about Fedarian Mathis. He's a really, really good defender, big dancing bear type. He's just absolutely huge in the middle of the line. But they really needed a lot more offensive help. And then again, Jahan Dotson helps add some speed and return ability, but you already had that and Terry McLaurin. You just doubled down, and now you take a defensive tackle in the second round. I don't know what Washington's doing. They might get my lowest grade of the draft when this is all said and done at this point. I've been really disappointed with who's been on available. I mean, I'd rather have seen Nakobe Dean go there. He would make more sense as a middle linebacker, which is one of their weaknesses, but I digress. This is the Washington Commanders. that we are talking about, led by a man named Dan Schneider, who we all know is just completely incompetent. So moving on from then to the Chicago Bears are back on the clock at 48 after their trade earlier. Let's see. Who could it be? Who could it be? I definitely don't see a quarterback. Maybe wide receiver. I could see them going here. Uh, I think a George Pickens would make a lot of sense. Give give that offense a little bit of a boost, some size, some speed. Pickens is 6'3", 195, and he runs like a low 4.40. All right, looks like their pick is already in. So let's see. Who do we say they take? Or it could be pass rusher as well after getting rid of Khalil Mack. Drake Jackson out of USC could make a lot of sense here. So I guess that's who I'll narrow it down to about best I can is going to be either Drake Jackson, outside linebacker out of USC, or George Pickens, wide receiver out of Georgia. And here we go. We got a bald man making a pick. Sean Evans, whoever that is. If any of y'all know who Sean Evans is, let me know because I don't. Jaquan Brisker. Wow, I wasn't even close. They went safety. They definitely needed safety help. Jaquan Brisker out of Penn State. Let's go ahead and get their RAS score pulled up here. Jaquan Brisker. Ooh, pretty good RAS score, 9.12. Stands at 6'1" and 3/4, 199 pounds. Put up 22 bench press reps at 225. Dude, this guy bench pressed more than his weight 22 times. Think about that. That's insane. That's just insane. 30 more pounds than what he weighs, and he put that junk up 22 times. Then went out and ran a 4.49 with a 1.57 10-yard split, 2.63 20-yard split, a 4.19 shuttle. So he's also quick as well as fast and strong. That's some country boy strength right there. Dang. He's in the 92nd percentile of safeties all time in the bench press reps. That's insane. I knew he was big and fast, but I didn't know he was that dang strong. So, yeah, there you go, Chicago. Got yourselves a physical force. And he playing with his baby. Sam Howell still waiting. All the quarterbacks except for Kenny Pickett still waiting. His girlfriend looking at him like, you better get picked soon. You're going to have to make money for this trophy. I make myself chuckle if I don't make anybody else. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to bump the mic there. If I popped, I'm sure that was loud for y'all. I apologize. Sorry, I just got a message. Just want to make sure it's not another guest trying to get in. Nope. Okay. Nothing important. Sorry. I think we're in commercial break anyways. Saints are on the clock. Nika, you still in here with me? Who you think is going? Oh, the mushed banana. The mushed banana. We appreciate you showing up, my guy. Appreciate you. I think Nika left us. She's not responding. How dare you tell your sister and your mama. All right, so New Orleans Saints still do not have their pick in, and there's only 2 minutes left on the clock. This is the first team that hasn't been ready. Seems like every other team spent the night preparing, and the Saints just went out and partied, which would make sense for New Orleans. I can say that because they left me. All right. Wow, their pick is still not in. Could we see a team lose a pick because they don't make a pick? At a minute 40. Ooh. Oh, and again, an update. We are officially over 700 followers on Twitter, y'all. Y'all get me to 1,000, I'm gonna give something away again, but this time it's gonna be a lot better. Y'all get me to a G, and I'll give you something free. I'm a poet and I didn't know it. All right, best available for the Saints. They're able to inject some speed to the offense. I mean, this would be a decent place for Malik Willis or Desmond Ritter to fall, but I think they are committed to Jameis for at least this year. So this might be where Trey McBride goes, tight end out of Colorado State. He's overrated in my opinion, but it seems like people like his all-around game. I think he's more of a third, fourth rounder in most any other year. Um, I'm not saying he's terrible. He could definitely be a contributor in the league, but he's not a matchup nightmare. He's not a today's tight end. He's a late 80s, early 90s tight end. He's the pre Shannon Sharp tight end. If this was 85, yeah, I could say he could go in the first round. But this day and age, he doesn't need to go before the third or fourth. Don't know why I just got a ting. Oh, yes, it is. There we go. There's somebody else. All right. So, looks like we got us another guest to come in here, guys. I don't like Mel. There's not many people. What? Oh, that's the wrong one. Sorry, there, guy. I don't like Mel. I don't either. I don't either. He's so cocky and just ignorant, and he's so wrong all the time. It's insane. But yeah, I don't like Mel either. So you're definitely not alone in that camp. Sorry, having more technical difficulties getting in a guest. Bear with me a moment. All right. Got them the information they needed. And it looks like they went oh, we got a run on safeties all of a sudden. Alontae Taylor out of Tennessee has went to the New Orleans Saints. Man, Malik Willis, we might not see a quarterback go again until the third round. It's hard for me to see another team that's coming through here. I'm gonna have to look again at who's left to pick, but we might not see another quarterback taken until round 3, or maybe not even till tomorrow. Alontae Taylor, another Raz high scorer, 9.06. He's a 6 foot and a quarter, 199. Got up 14 bench reps. Not bad. Not bad. Vertical of 34.5 inches. Not exactly what you want in a DB. He's going to be able to have the bigger wide. He's going to have trouble with the bigger wide receivers in the league. That's what that means. His broad jump was really good though, as well as his shuttle at 4.25 was pretty good. And then he had a 4.36 40, which is obviously stupid good. It's at the 97th percentile, and a 10-yard split. He's a little bit slow to start. He's probably more of a long strider, more of long speed. A little stiff in the hips, it seems. Especially with his 3-cone drill being at 7.08. That's in the 42nd percentile. Yeesh. Kind of one of those boomer bust prospects is what it looks like. He could be great. He could be that great over the top safety that's just able to range around, an Ed Reed or Troy Polamalu type, to give you an example. Or he could be a guy that just runs really fast but can't do anything else. Don't see that he had any real good ball skills. Looks like some of the comps that are Chimdi Chekwa, AJ Terrell, and Tariq Castro Fields, which again just shows you the mercurial possibilities that it could be. Because you got AJ Terrell, who's turning out to be an absolute stud, and then Chimdi Chekwa and Tariq Castro Fields. One hasn't been picked, and the other one didn't do anything in the league. Drayton Florence at Tuskegee in 2003. Nobody knows who that is, right? So, again, boomer bust, bit of a risk, but with the Saints and the roster they have the luxury of being able to make picks like that and not have it come back to haunt them too much. And there he is. So, bringing him on in is another one of my friends from Full Sail. This is my guy, Quinn Thomas, joining us from the stock room. How we doing, my guy? Uh-oh. I can't hear you. Doop, doop. Uh-oh, we lost him. He'll be back. I'm sure he'll be back. All right. So anyways, when he does come back, I'll go ahead and give the introduction now. This is my guy, Quinn Thomas. He's another one of my fellow Full Sail University students, that I figured would be fun to have him come in. He's actually a Saints fan, so I'm sure he would have liked to have talked about that pick. But we have issues in the storeroom. Houston, we have a problem. There he is. He's back. Let's see. Can we hear him this time? Oh, I got sound. Oh, then we lost you. Yep. Hey, Quinn, you with us?
I am. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. All right. So I just got done introducing you. Told me you're a Saints fan. What do you think about the safety in round 2?
We needed a safety. We lost Marcus Williams. Obviously, Malcolm Jenkins retired. I don't see us making a free agent signing or a splash with Tyrann Mathieu. So we needed at the very least safety depth. So I don't hate that pick whatsoever.
Yeah.
I really love what we did in round 1, though.
What was your favorite part of round 1 for you?
It was securing a potential wide receiver 2 in Chris Olave. I love the aggressive nature of Mickey Loomis trading up to make sure he got his guy. And, obviously at the other side of Michael Thomas, good route runner. I feel like he's always open. And that's something that we're going to need with Jameis Winston and his tendency to make an ill-advised throw.
Yes,
so
exactly.
I think with both of those two guys out there, hopefully healthy, hopefully if Michael Thomas gets healthy and stays healthy, it should be, the Saints front office has been saying that they're just a couple pieces away from having a contending team for the last year. And if that's the case, we're going to see it this year.
I completely agree. Chris Olave is probably the best route runner in the draft. And I think that's overshadowed the playmaking ability that kid has. Like a lot of people want to try and pigeonhole him as more of a possession type of receiver, but he's got plenty of speed, plenty of shake, and his body control on the sidelines is insane. So pairing him up with Michael Thomas, who can take all the underneath routes, and then you can have Olave work in the back half of the field. It's going to be nasty as long as, like you said, Jameis keeps those ill-advised throws to a minimum. And Alante Taylor, I mean, the kid ran out and ran a 4.36 at over 6 foot and 220. So seems like he's like that boomer bust kind of prospect. But I think with y'all's defensive staff, they could get a lot more boom than bust out of him.
Yeah, and one thing that's important to remember, I think, the Saints are kind of changing their identity, and it's been a transition we've seen over the last few years, kind of going back to Breeze's second to last year, and they're turning into that offensive juggernaut into more of a defensive first team, and we see that now with the promotion, I guess, of our new head coach Dennis Allen, defensive guy. He was our defensive coordinator for a while. He's great defensive coordinator. He I don't think Tom Brady still has any answer for him or his defense. So I think
Right.
investing in offense in the first round and then going defense second round when you're a defensive minded team is not a bad strategy.
Right. I think so too. And like you said, I think Dennis Allen's one of the more underrated defensive minds in the game. He doesn't nearly get the respect that he deserves, especially like you said, the work that he's done against Tom Brady, the GOAT. It's quite drastic compared when you look at Tom Brady against anybody else and then Tom Brady against Dennis Allen. It's like he looks like he should have been picked in the 6th round instead of the GOAT that he is. And
Yeah,
we
I
have a
mean,
new pick, Tyquan Thornton, wide receiver out of Baylor. Go ahead, sorry.
we beat the Bucks and Tom Brady 9-0 in Tampa Bay with Taysom Hill starting at quarterback last year.
Think about that. Just think about that.
Yeah.
The tight
Oh,
end / running back that played quarterback won a 9-0 game against the greatest
he's
coach
not
that
a
ever
slash
graced us.
quarterback. He's a tight end now. Dennis Allen has made that clear. He will not be
That's
a
good.
quarterback anymore. I don't know
Well,
if
I
you can
mean,
hear that, and I'm sorry if you can.
no, I heard you. I heard everything that you just said. No, that's actually great to hear. I love Taysom Hill, the football player. I hate Taysom Hill, the quarterback. If you can get him on the field doing anything other than throwing the football, I say you're doing the right thing.
Yeah, I agree. I also love Taysom Hill, the player, and part of me really wanted to see what he could be like as a quarterback. But one thing that you saw him trying to do is just be a pocket passer, and that's just such a disgrace to his skill set.
Yes, exactly. I mean, didn't the guy run something like a 4.36 or something like that coming out of
Yeah,
college? It was like some stupid number. Yeah.
yeah,
And so use the athleticism. Like that's the thing that got me is like, okay, you want to make him a quarterback? Why didn't you pull a Ravens or an Eagles and create an offense for that type of quarterback? That goes back to sticking a square peg in a round hole. It's just stupid. Stop doing it.
yeah. It's interesting. Before I jumped on this, I was reading like early first round or first night the draft grades for each team, and whoever wrote this gave the Saints a C. Gave the Saints a C
Really?
because they gave up that. I mean, there was that bizarre trade a few weeks ago with the Eagles that was basically swapping picks,
So weird.
which there was some thought process behind that, and I've kind of learned not to question too much of Mickey Loomis's decisions because he's a wizard,
I got it.
especially with the salary cap. I mean, it feels like we're in salary cap uh, purgatory every
Purgatory.
single year, and I like that we just use the same word there
Right?
every single year, and then we get under it by losing maybe one player.
Yeah.
But
I
they gave
mean,
him a C, and they gave him a C because we gave up, we sacrificed some mid-round draft capital there to get Chris Olave, and I really don't see the problem there. We had three
either.
needs. We had three needs going into the draft and free agency right now. That's safety, offensive tackle with the loss of Teron Armstead, and wide receiver, and we've addressed all three with our first 3 picks.
Right. Like I
Now,
don't.
whether they're the best fits, we're gonna find out.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, honestly, I don't see how Chris Olave is a bad pick. He was my number 3 wide receiver behind Drake London and Garrett Wilson. He went right where he was supposed to, in my opinion. Went to a great franchise that's always done well of maximizing even no name guys at the wide receiver position, like the Smith guy. I can't even remember was it Traquan Smith or whatever his
Yeah,
name
no,
was, that was catching
that's
50
Traquan
yard
Smith.
bombs. Yeah,
Yeah,
catching
he'll
50
do
yard
that.
bombs
He'll
down the
do that.
field.
Then he'll do that, make the spectacular catch, flip over 4 guys, fracture his shoulder, and be out for half the season. or he'll be wide open for a first down on like 4th and 15, and he'll drop the wide open pass, but he'll make it spectacular. So, the days of trying to make Tre'Quan Smith a number 2 receiver are hopefully gone.
Yes,
But when you
exactly. And I
say
mean,
that the Saints are
Olave. Sorry, go ahead.
sorry for interjecting, but when you say the Saints are great at maximizing talent in the wide receiver position, I agree. And the one name that comes to mind more than anything else is Marcus Colston.
That's a good comp. Yeah, I like that. And I mean, Olave could be a potential number one. That's how talented he is. And y'all are going to have him next to another number one. So y'all could have a 1A, 1B kind of situation, kind of like what they have here in Denver with Sutton and Patrick and Judy. Like that's the kind of stable that is being built in New Orleans. So how that alone doesn't get you at least a B, especially with a way too early grade right after the first round, is kind of insane to me. To give you a C, that's harsh.
I think the main critique was that we didn't address the quarterback position. I think that around the NFL, people will never forgive Jameis Winston for the 30-30 season.
There's only
They
one
forget
team so far in 51 picks that has addressed the quarterback position.
that's
Like,
Pittsburgh, right?
exactly, yeah.
That's
So
that's
why are
that's
you
Mike's
knocking
team.
somebody? Yeah, exactly. Why are you knocking? He's actually going to hang out with Kenny Pickett tomorrow, the jerk.
Mike?
Yeah, he's going to
Yeah,
Heinz Field to hang out
he's
with
doing
Kenny
some
Pickett.
really cool
Right?
things.
Right. He really is. I'm proud of him. I had to give him a
Me
shout
too.
out earlier, but yeah, he's
I'm
going to
just
Heinz
stuck in the
Field. And he's going
stock
to be
room
hanging
here.
out with. Right, you're in the stock room. I'm in the white void of purgatory myself. Kind of like John Oliver was for the whole pandemic. And he's out here going to Heinz Field to hang out with Kenny Pickett, Franco Harris, and all them. I don't like him
Oh my
right now.
god.
I want
No,
to fight
neither
him.
do I.
No, just kidding. we're being jelly and petty. Leave us alone.
Oh yeah, it's tough not to be. We're all in the same
Right.
program, taking the
Right.
same classes,
Exactly.
getting the
Yeah. And
same
this fool
grades.
over here he went to every University of Pittsburgh game this year, watching Kenny Pickett, and built a relationship with him. I guess to the point where he's going to party with him. I'm
Oh my
jelly.
god. Yeah, no, me too. Absolutely.
Kind of angry about that. But anyways, back here we have a
Hard
new
to
pick.
complain.
Eagles take Cameron Jurgens, center out of Nebraska. That's a solid pick. Excuse me, especially after addressing the needs they did in the first round. They needed to give somebody to protect Jalen and give him some time to get to the new toy he has in AJ Brown. So Cameron Jurgens, some people had him as the best center over Linderbaum. I like Linderbaum a little bit more, but still, I mean, 1A, 1B, second best center in the draft to go with Jordan Davis in the first and AJ Brown. Pretty good draft so far for the Eagles.
Yeah, how do you feel about that trade with AJ Brown?
I like it for the Eagles. I mean, the fact that they only gave up one first round pick and I think a third.
Yeah, I'm kind of
That's they fleeced them.
flabbergasted at the Titans.
Yeah, yeah. The Titans got fleeced on that. Honestly, you just
I
get
just
one
wanted to know what
top
the
20
thought
pick.
process is.
Same here. Same here. And
Is
it
they
seemed
just don't
like
want to pay him, or
well, according to Mike Vrabel, they were trying to do everything they could to keep him and get him paid, but they just couldn't make it work out. So they sent him somewhere he wanted to go, and they could get a haul for him, I guess. But again, a first and third is all you get for AJ Brown, a
yeah, I
$25
mean
million wide receiver.
he's a superstar,
Wow.
but I really think that you're going to see a lot more of that after that Christian Kirk contract with Jacksonville, because the wide receiver
Oh,
market is it's broken right now. Because if
yeah,
they're going to give
Jacksonville
Christian
broke
Kirk
it.
that money, if they're going to,
Exactly.
I guarantee every GM is furious in Jacksonville right now.
Oh, they are white hot, my guy. They are white hot after they saw them give that guy that contract. That's
I'm
a
just glad
contract that belongs with Devontae Adams, Tyreek Hill, etc. Not
yeah,
Christian Kirk. No
I'm just
disrespect
glad
to
we paid
Kirk.
Michael
Just
Thomas
saying.
when we did.
I'm sure you did. I'm sure y'all, yeah, and everybody was talking about that deal when y'all signed it with Michael Thomas. And I mean, that's why I'm so happy with what George Payton did with Cortland Sutton and Tim Patrick. We got both those guys for $10 million less than AJ Brown. And they're both legit starters on almost any team in the league. And and they still got to pay Jerry Judy. So he was able to keep them down. I mean, it's just people were talking about those deals being bad, but again, both guys less than just AJ Brown. Those deals look even better now. It's just insane what George Payton has been able to do, like what you were talking about with Mickey Loomis there in New Orleans in the cap situation.
Yeah, I mean, I want to see a little bit more out of Judy. I mean, has he?
Yes.
What's like the longest stretch he's gone without being hurt?
I mean, his rookie season, I think he only missed a part of a couple of games. So he was pretty much there. But last year is what I was talking about with Steve, is that it wasn't his fault. That was Teddy Bridgewater. The reason that KJ Hamler had his knee blown out and the reason Judy got hurt were because of absolutely horrible passes from Teddy Bridgewater, where he just set them up to get destroyed.
I will not listen to any Teddy Bridgewater slander.
Hey, deal with it. I am the king of the Bridgewater slander. I understand that he gave y'all 5 wins, but that was because of the team around him. Had nothing to do with Teddy Bridgewater.
No, no, totally. But I love Teddy Bridgewater.
I like the guy. I do, and I love him as a backup. I think he's probably the best backup in the game. If you got a team that's like a Super Bowl contender, you need a Teddy Bridgewater as your backup for the situation like in New Orleans, where he can come in on a top tier team and win you games. But if the team around him is not great, he is going to be exposed. And that's exactly what happened in Denver. Like when everything
Carolina.
goes right, yeah, exactly. When everything goes great, he can facilitate. He's a game manager, and that's not something for him to be upset or anybody to be upset about. It's just that's what he is. He's not a franchise guy that everybody tried to make him out to be when he came to Denver and when he went to Carolina because of those 5 games where he looked great in New Orleans and the rookie season he had in Minnesota. But after that knee injury in Minnesota, he just can't get the spin on the ball he used to.
You know, I think if he had stayed healthy in Minnesota, he would have been that franchise guy. I mean, certainly over
Yes.
Kirk Cousins.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. Kirk Cousins never would have went to Minnesota. And that's something I've pointed out too, is like, if we're talking pre-injury Teddy, franchise quarterback, he looked like anything and everything you want in a quarterback in his rookie season. But that nasty knee injury that almost caused, like, people don't even realize he almost had his leg amputated. Like, that's how nasty that knee injury was. And since then, he just can't get the torque from his lower half that he used to, that gave him the extra oomph that he no longer has on the deep ball and squeezing it into windows. He just can't put the torque on the ball like he used to, which makes him now a backup instead of a franchise quarterback.
A backup or a transitional quarterback,
Yes.
whatever you want to call it.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm
however
sure
you
they
want to
would
do it.
love to have a guy like Teddy in a number of different teams.
Yeah, of course.
Houston.
Yeah.
Houston comes to mind.
I think they got themselves a decent player in Davis Mills. Honestly, I'm not so sure that he's like, the next Tom Brady, but next Andy Dalton, definitely, definitely.
Hey, I'm glad you said that. Saints signed Andy Dalton, so
Hey, quarterback addressed.
can we just talk about how amazing the Saints quarterback room is going to look?
Right, famous
You
Jameis and the Red Rifle.
I tell you what, it was an experience watching Jameis for what was it, 6.5 games last year?
Yeah,
Because you got
I think
that.
that's a good word. An experience Jameis is definitely an experience.
But it was different because I remember him watching him when he was with Tampa, and he would, obviously he makes those. It's like, what are you doing? Throws. I don't know how else to
Yeah.
describe them. But
Yes.
he had really cut down on those in his time in New Orleans. He still made the throws, but for some reason, either his name, Marcus Callaway, would come down with a 50-50 ball in the end zone, or he'd have an interception dropped. But he, like, other than those, he was good for like 3 of those a game.
Right.
At least. But other than that, he was playing really well. He was protecting the ball for the most part. He had the best play that I've ever seen in the history of the world when he, in his final game against the Bucks, when he's going for that scramble up the middle, the fake pitch to the defender, psyched him out a little bit, got a few extra yards. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah, I did. I don't know if I can put that over Deshaun Watson getting a toe tickle to the eyeball, but it's definitely up there. It's definitely a really good play.
No, I think it's better than the Odell catch, the Julian Edelman catch in the Super Bowl, the Jermaine Kearse catch in the Super Bowl. I mean, whatever you want to call it, it's the best play I've ever
I
seen.
mean, no bias or anything, but yeah.
Absolutely none.
No, I get it, but no, seriously, that was a really good play. But yeah, Jameis, if he can do that, if he can do what he was doing in those first 6.5 games, he could definitely take this team to the playoffs. I'm not going to sit here and say that he's going to take y'all to a Super Bowl, but I mean, like you said, he's got the season where the biggest enigma of a season that I think a quarterback has ever had: 5,000 yards, 30 touchdowns, 30 interceptions. We will
He
never
doesn't.
see that again.
He doesn't have to take us to a Super Bowl. He has to not lose us games,
Right. And
provided
he can do that.
the safe, provided the safety and the secondary situation is addressed, whether it be with the second round pick or whether we do something in free agency. If we can kind of replicate what we saw in defense last year with some new guys stepping up, like we're going to be fine. We're going to be led by our defense. So we can, if we just make the playoffs, even there can be a run. Defense travels in the playoffs, and one thing we always saw with the Saints is that
Yes.
the offense didn't travel. Um,
Right.
I mean, the the last time we
Especially
were in the playoffs
outdoors.
against, sure, but even indoors, the last time we were in the playoffs
Right.
and we had to play the Vikings for the millionth time in the playoffs. I mean, the offense was sputtering even with Sean
And
Payton and Drew Brees under center,
yeah,
or hosting the Bucks. I mean, granted, I blame that completely on Jared Cook, and I will never forgive him. But offense doesn't travel as much as defense does,
right.
and so I
Yeah.
think that all Jameis's job has to be is not losing games, moving the ball, protecting the ball, limiting the time the defense is on the field, and we can make a run at this. Not saying that we're even the top contender for the Super Bowl, because I'm not that much of a fan. I mean, I am, but I'm not that much
He's
of
like,
an
I'm
idiot
not that much
fan.
of a homer. I'll be a little bit honest.
Yeah, no,
No, I hear
seriously. I
you.
mean, one thing
No, seriously,
that's
yeah.
really interesting, one thing that's been interesting in this program that we're doing is having to kind of dial back my fandom and
Right.
realize that, like, I am a homer forever. Like, I'm a big Warriors fan, and I get in debates with my. I don't want to talk too much about basketball in your NFL draft play, but I just want to talk about this for a second.
You're good.
I mean, I think I told this uh, my girlfriend's roommate's husband is like, yeah, Jonathan Kuminga is the best rookie in this draft class. And he just like died laughing because it's like, no, no, no. I swear I know what I'm talking about here. But I've had to dial that back a
That's
lot.
great.
I've had to
Yeah.
dial it
No,
back a lot where I have to be
you and me both.
somewhat reasonable when I talk.
Yeah, you and me both, brother. I'm the same way. I mean, I was raised to bleed orange and blue. I was raised to bleed maroon and blue, et cetera, as it goes through these different all these different sports teams. So you're talking to a homer, you're talking to a fanatic. So I completely get that struggle of having to pull that back just to be reasonable when you talk. Um, but as we have been talking, there actually has been 4 picks made. George Pickens, wide receiver out of Georgia, goes to Pittsburgh. Big height, weight, speed guy, 6'3", runs a 4.3. Alec Pierce, Cincinnati wide receiver, another quick, shifty receiver. Sky Moore is essentially the Tyreek Hill replacement for the Kansas City Chiefs out of Western Michigan. He's the small, speedy, human joystick type wide receiver. And Colorado fans, Trey McBride is not staying home. He is not going to Denver. Thank God. Thank God. I know a lot of people in Colorado are going to hate me for saying that, but I think Trey McBride is so overrated. But the tight end out of Colorado State is going to the desert. Thank you, Arizona. I don't have to worry about it. I was kind of scared if he was sitting there at 64, the Broncos might jump, but that's over with. But anyways, back over here to Quinn. What we were
Do
talking
you
about here.
experience that a lot uh, in Broncos Nation or whatever? Like just the desire to draft all of the Colorado guys? Because I know with Saints fans, it's that everybody wants all the LSU guys, and when we don't draft an
Yes.
LSU guy, it's Sean Payton and Mickey Loomis hate LSU.
Yes. Oh my
So
God. Especially when it comes to the University of Colorado. That's the school here that everybody wants the Broncos to draft every single player out of. And unlike LSU, the Buffaloes have won one national championship, and it was a shared national championship in 1992. We don't have even the lineage for these people to get angry. But yes, University of Colorado, or Colorado State players, if they don't end up going to Denver, I mean, you will see the slander all over Broncos country of, oh, and it's been for every front office. It's not even just like John Elway or now George Pate. It's been every front office since I can remember, that they're just like, oh, they don't respect our teams. It's like, no, it's the teams suck. And so they don't want the players that suck. Just get over yourself.
Yeah, I mean, fortunate with LSU, there's some great guys, and I think I've only been upset
Right.
with leaving LSU guy on the board one time. Obviously that drafted Joe Burrow. I wanted the Saints to trade up and draft Joe Burrow, but I'm not. I have to be somewhat realistic. But I think we
Right.
drafted Cesar Ruiz when Patrick Queen was still on the board, and I think that's the one time I've been a little bit upset.
Right. I loved Patrick Queen. I really wanted to see him. Two of the linebackers that have been missed that I've really wanted in Denver were him and Devin White. Those two guys. Yes,
Yeah, no,
and
that's
we had a chance to take either one of those guys, and I was just like, and now I'm sitting here watching like Josie Jewell with his slow self trying to track down running backs across the field, or Alexander Johnson getting mauled and by tight ends and stuff, and I'm just like, why? Just why? Why couldn't we? And then we get rid of Noah Fant, the guy that we traded back for, instead of taking Devin White. And we end up trading him. I mean, yes, we got Russell Wilson out of it, but we could have just stayed pat and taken Devin White. And we'd still
yeah. I
have him
mean,
and probably just traded somebody else away.
I've been so high on Noah Fant his entire career. I've drafted him in fantasy the last couple of years, and every year I've been
We were
disappointed.
same here. I was like, I had not drafted him until this season. I was like, okay, he's going to get a full season with one quarterback, not. And so he's going to go off, right? Man, I was talking such mad junk. Like, you saw me in the one with Mike where I was talking like, y'all go let me get Noah Fant in like the 7th round or something. And then like, I'm like, yeah, y'all should have let me get him in the 7th round, like after week 1. I'm like, this is horrible. I think he had one game where he got over like 11 points. Every other
Who
game it
ended up
was 11 points or less.
Who ended up winning that league?
You know what? I don't even remember. I think it was that one dude's wife. It was either that one dude's wife or Mike. One of the two ended up winning it. I can't even
Oh my
remember,
god!
to be honest.
I think I made the
That's
second
Mike.
round of the playoffs, but I
Yeah.
I completely lost it. That's
I snuck into the playoffs barely. I won the last 3 matchups in a row, and I had to get in the playoffs. And then I get into the playoffs, and I forgot to switch out Cortland Sutton for, I forget who it was I had, but I had somebody go off for like 40 points on the
you are a
bench.
homer.
I am. But I mean, I got Sutton, and like I actually picked up Sutton off the waiver wire because I had another wide receiver that got hurt. Like, I didn't draft Cortland Sutton. I actually picked him up off the waiver wire because one of my other wide receivers got hurt. I forget who it was, but like I had forgot because like I got Sutton at the perfect time with the one game where he had over 100 yards, and so I got like 25 points out of him. But I knew the next game he was going to suck. But I forgot to switch him out, and like my guy on the bench went off for like 40 points, and I lost by 30. I was so mad.
Yeah, no, I don't
Yeah.
blame you. I would be too. Jeez. No, I am a
Oh yeah.
homer. I think in my other league I drafted Jameis Winston. So what are you
That's
gonna do?
hilarious. Yeah. I think one league I drafted Javonte Williams. I got him late in the draft though. I got him late. It was like the second to last or the last round. I picked him up as a flyer because I was like, he's just going to be beastly at some point. Unfortunately, he never got the touches that I wanted to see him get.
He did towards
Another
the end.
one, yeah, he did towards the end, thankfully. So, but
I rode
and
him.
that's
I
what
rode
got
him to
me
the
in.
playoffs in my other league.
Yep. Yeah. That's who I rode into the playoffs exactly. So I won the last 3 rounds. And then I had Cortland Sutton that I picked up off waivers. I drafted Jerry Judy late in another league where he ended up dropping. I drafted Noah Fant in all 3 leagues. It's my dumb self. But thankfully, in one league, I got Darren Waller, and the other league, I got Travis Kelsey. So it kind of worked itself out. But yeah, I had a couple of Broncos that I drafted, but not nearly as much of a homer as I usually am. I got to say, and I took the Broncos defense.
What are your expectations for Russ in his first year at Denver?
At minimum, 10 wins, playoff, and at least one playoff win.
Ooh, high expectations in a stacked division.
Yep. But I like this defense. Like, I know a lot of people are talking about what the Raiders did to their roster, what the Chargers did to their defense, but I will take our defense in that division. And like you said, defense travels. Defense wins
Yeah,
championships. So I think the defense is going to be the difference. Not so much that they'll still have a top 10 offense, but they're going to have a top 5 defense.
yeah. I mean, so much of all of these predictions rests on people staying healthy.
Exactly.
But
That's the big key.
but yeah, that division's stacked. I think the Chiefs got worse though. Obviously, you lose Tyreek Hill, it's hard to get better.
Yes,
Raiders
very much so.
definitely got better. Raiders definitely got better. I mean, the Chargers also got better. That's just such a good division.
It is. It really is. This AFC West is going to be insane. It's going to be one of two things. Either they're gonna have 3 to 4 playoff teams out of the division, or they're just going to beat the crap out of each other, and they're going to end up with one team that's got like a barely winning record that squeaks into the playoffs and then just mollywops everybody. Like that's how I see
I
it
could see
going.
that happening.
Either one of those ways. Yeah. It could be that they just end up, beating everybody and kind of splitting things to where they all end up sneaking into the playoffs, or you just get one that's just battle tested and probably be like a 4 or 5 seed and then make it all the way to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I could definitely see that happening.
And we have 2 more picks here. We have Sam Williams, outside linebacker out of Ole Miss, going to Dallas. That is their Randy Gregory replacement. And I hope I say this right. Luke Godecki, Central Michigan offensive tackle, goes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So looks like the Bucks are really trying to get their trenches together. They took a Logan Hall, D end out of Houston, with their first pick in the entire draft, which was the first pick of the second round after they traded back.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to protect that 50-year-old man.
Right. Like, how about that? How about, like, was that not the biggest middle finger to Adam Schefter ever? Is that whole Tom Brady fiasco that it turned into?
Yeah, I think that's the only reason he did it. And I think
Me
this has
too.
been a really tough offseason for Adam Schefter, who's had a lot of tough off seasons recently.
Yes. Especially the
Uh,
last 12 months.
oh yeah, he's
Exactly
had a tough
12
time.
months to today.
What
Because
happened
of
12
what he
months
did.
ago?
A-Rod right before the draft last year.
That's right.
that's where it started going downhill, and I mean, then you add in the fact that he has proven that he's an access prostitute, like, and I don't use that title lightly.
No, I
He
know
was
what you're getting at. You're getting at
yes,
the football team. Sorry, the Commanders, right?
yes, yes, the now Commanders. He was sending stories to GMs and saying, "Dear Mr. Editor, how does a journalist do that?" That just makes my skin crawl thinking about potentially doing something like that.
If you don't think that other reporters do the same thing,
I know they
then
do.
he just got caught. I mean, I've got no
Yeah.
evidence to back this up, but I would assume Rappaport does very similar things. I mean,
Yeah. A lot of these, yeah.
that's how you get the scoops first, is you ingratiate yourself to these
Yes.
owners who, you know, they always want to control the narrative.
Yeah. That's why we went from news anchors to news entertainers. It's like, this is something I like to point out to people is like, look at your TV guide. Look at every news station, every news, CNN, Fox, you name it, MSNBC. You look at their category, it is news entertainment, not news. The only broadcasters that are left that actually are considered straight news are PBS and C-SPAN. Everything else is news entertainment. And
Yeah,
this is exactly why we have that, is because instead of journalists being journalists, they have turned into, my term, access prostitutes.
yeah. No, stop me if I overstep here. But there was a lawsuit against Fox a couple years ago. Someone was suing Tucker for reporting false facts, and the lawyer's defense that held up in court was a reasonable person should know that this is all opinion. These aren't facts,
Yes.
even though he says they're
Thank
facts.
you. Thank you. Always says they're facts. Yes. No, that is a perfect example. I love that you brought that up. You can't overstep under my flag, my guy. These are things we talk about all the time. So don't worry about that. As long as
Just
there
making
isn't,
sure. I
you're
know
not.
in this, in the sports world, it's an interesting
Yes.
line that I've tried to balance because
Yep.
I live
This
in
is
San
why I
Francisco,
created
so
this.
I'm in an echo chamber here. And
Right.
so,
No, I got you. I got you. I'm from Colorado. I'm in Denver, essentially California West or East, so I get it completely. But no, that's why I'm building what I'm building here, is because I refuse to toe that line. I refuse to be a puppet. I refuse to be an access prostitute. If I can
yeah,
get you on my podcast, great. I can get you to talk to me, great. But I know there are a list of folks that have been absolutely successful with zero access. Brandon Perna, for example. That man has
yeah.
never had access to anything Denver Broncos, but he's one of the most endeared and loved local personalities off of YouTube. So I don't need your access. Just let me talk.
Yeah. I'm not going to sell myself my moral compass to get into an industry, and if
Exactly.
that's the way I have to do it.
Exactly. That's why I am doing what we are doing right now, because I refuse to be a puppet. I refuse to let them tell me what stories I'm going to cover. I refuse for them to tell me what angle I'm going to cover. Like with First Take with Stephen A and them. Like a lot of people don't realize that is completely scripted. Every
Oh yeah, I
fight,
mean,
every argument, everything is completely scripted.
do you think Max Kellerman really wanted to take the stance that Andre Iguodala was the better, like he wanted him to take the last shot over Steph? Do you think he really wanted to take that stance?
Right.
He literally made a joke about that on Twitter a few days ago. Not the Iguodala thing, but someone was ripping Skip Bayless for like the worst takes, right? So he
Right.
quote tweeted that tweet and he said, "Hold my beer."
That's
And I
great.
was like, you know what? I'm
That's
gonna give it
great.
to you. That was funny.
That is actually really good. There's nothing better than a good self-deprecating joke. I mean, especially to endear yourself to the masses. If you can make fun of yourself, you can handle anything. So yes, I absolutely love. That's a great tweet right there. That's
Yeah,
almost Hall of Fame worthy.
I mean, yeah,
But
they have to create something that's entertaining to watch. It wouldn't be entertaining if three guys got up there and like, yeah, this is how it is. This is what we think, and it's all the same thing. If you don't have
right,
Stephen A. Smith looking flabbergasted at somebody's opinion and then like make up words that don't even exist,
right.
just humiliating them, then you don't have a show and you don't have the highest paid sportscaster out there.
Right, exactly. So I mean, yes, it's all a balance and it's all a show. It's all about that. But again, that's not what I'm here for. I am here for pure journalism. I am here to
Mhm.
give my opinion, regardless of what it is and whether or not it hurts your feelings. And that's kind of like where my controversy comes from. But at the same time, like you said, you got to add entertainment value, and you don't want a bunch of yes men. You can't have a show where everybody's just agreeing. So, but that's all where the conundrum comes in. Is okay, you don't want everybody to agree. You want to give better television, but just to give better television, you're willing to compromise your actual morals and values. That's where I have a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one thing I really like about how they've set up these courses at Full Sail is it's
Yes.
never like do a story on this. I mean, sometimes it is like last week
Right.
we had to do the obituary story, but it's always a story within the last 7 days and you develop your angle. You pick the story and you kind of take the grade, and it's just about how you present it. It has nothing to do with like you have to take this stance.
Right. No, I 100% agree, but I'm a little angry right now because I just realized that the Atlanta Falcons took the guy I wanted to go to last until the Broncos pick at 64. That is Troy Anderson out of Montana State. This kid has a perfect 10 RAS score as an inside linebacker. Like he's just an absolute freak of nature at the inside linebacker position. And now he's in Atlanta instead of Denver. So I'm a little angry about that. And speaking of LSU players, they just had one taken. Ed Ingram, the offensive guard out of LSU, is in Minnesota. The Cincinnati Bengals are up next. So we are now caught
Okay,
up on
Minnesota
things.
likes LSU more than New Orleans does,
They
and
really do.
I honestly think they just do that to rub more salt in the wounds of Saints fans.
They just bite, we got
Yeah,
the Minnesota
and
Miracle. Oh, wait, hold on. This just came. Joel Embiid. I know it's not an NBA podcast, but Joel Embiid is out indefinitely with a right orbital fracture and mild concussion. It broke his eye socket, y'all.
didn't he already have a finger issue he was playing through?
Yeah, and now he's got a broken eye socket and a mild concussion. How did that happen? The Wow, the Sixers, I guess,
Philly
clinched the
fans are
series.
tough, man.
Right. Wow. That sucks for Philly. They won the series, but without Embiid, they're not winning the next one. Period.
No, that's brutal.
That is
Actually, speaking
absolutely
on that
brutal.
guy that you wanted the Broncos to draft that went to the Falcons, it is a real shame, and I'm sorry for you, but I'm also sorry for him because his career is over.
I love that. That was great. I didn't know where you were going with that, but that was perfect. I like that. I like that setup and execution. The timing was great. But yes, you are
I am
correct. The
still a homer.
career is over.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to be a defensive player on the Falcons. Come on.
I know, right?
Remember when
I mean,
everyone
look at
thought
what
Vic
happened to.
Beasley was going to be
I
an
was just
all-pro?
about to go there. That was coming out of my mouth when you said it. Yes, Vic Beasley. That is the perfect example. Like, oh, he's going to be an all-pro, and then the next year he's just like, what happened to Beasley? Where did he go? He just disappeared.
That's
Yeah,
such a confusing franchise.
it is, isn't it? Though they are an
Look,
enigma.
I'm ecstatic that they're this confusing. I love it. I wouldn't want anything else. I like
I
whooping
bet
it up on
so.
them twice a year. It's great. They're I like seeing their fans mad and the Saints mentions. It's great.
Yes, I mean it's why this guy right here, my nephew, went from being a Falcons fan to now he's a Broncos fan. That's how inept they are. They have fans
Hey,
jumping bandwagons.
it, let him know he can always hop on the Nola bandwagon.
It's too late. I've already corrupted him. He's mine.
Look, my girlfriend's a
thank you.
Chicago Bears fan, so like
Yeah. And so this is the first time I've seen him on here. I know I was at the gender reveal, but he is having a boy officially in September. His first one. He's having a boy. So congratulations again there, my guy. Got the boy on the first shot.
congratulations.
Yes. He's like, oh, I caught it. Just try to slide that one in there. Glad you picked it up. What in the world? What is going on with my TV? Okay, earlier, I swear this happened right as I came live, right as I came on. I looked down to hit live. I look up and I have went from the draft to the bathtub scene in Pretty Woman. I have no
It's the
idea
same
how it
thing.
happened. Right? It's essentially the same thing. But it's like when I looked up, I was watching the draft pre-coverage. I looked down, I hit go live, I look back up, and then it's the bathtub scene in Pretty Woman. And I'm like, what just happened? And now I look up and I somehow went to Movie Hub. Now I'm stuck on the Memphis Grizzlies. Oh, this is epic. Can I get
Hey,
back
what's
to
the
the
score?
draft? Uh, it's
I'll
not
just look it
loaded
up.
yet. Oh, it's that commercial, so I don't know.
Oh, it hasn't started yet.
Nope, I guess it hasn't yet. Not quite. But let me get back to the draft.
I'm a big Timberwolves fan tonight.
I bet you are. I love Jaw though.
I do too. I just don't want to see him in the second round.
Oh, I'm sure you don't. But too bad. I think they're gonna win it though. Jaw's he's just been unconscious.
He had a rough couple games to start the series, though. In terms of point
Yes.
production.
Dang it, man. All the guys I want going to Denver are getting snatched. Cam Taylor-Britt, Nebraska safety, just got snatched up. Man, this sucks. Well, hey, yeah, Jabo's already went off. I don't even know. Well, I guess is Travis Jones still on the board? Yes. Okay. Nobody be a jerk and leave Travis Jones on the board until 32, please and thank you.
What
Even though
what
I
do you
know they won't listen.
think you still need to address?
I would like right now out of what's the best available. I'd love to see Travis Jones, the defensive tackle out of UConn. I think that would make us probably the biggest, nastiest defensive line, if at least in the AFC West, if not the entire league, with Travis Jones, DJ Jones, and Draymond Jones. Yes, that's a lot of Joneses. We're keeping up with the Joneses. And then you have Shaq, or not Shaq. You have Bradley Chubb, Randy Gregory, Malik Reed, and the kid Jonathan Cooper, the rookie out of North Carolina. So pretty deep pass rush. I mean, either that or what's that kid out of Alabama? Is it Christian Walker, the inside linebacker? Because that's another big need. So another defensive lineman, another big defensive lineman is a need. Middle linebacker and another cornerback would be good, and a right tackle are the four big needs that they have left. Biggest ones are right tackle and defense or middle linebacker are the two biggest needs. Because I don't trust. I mean, I know he's been back and forth and he did well in Green Bay, but I don't trust Bobby Turner. Sorry. And I don't trust Calvin Anderson, who's had a total of like 250 snaps in his career. Yeah, he hasn't given up a sack, but when you look at the level of competition he's played against, there's a reason he didn't give up a sack. I mean, we're talking about
Sure.
like Jacksonville or New York Giants and teams of that nature that he got his snaps against. They don't really have anybody that scares you outside of maybe Josh Allen in Jacksonville, but he usually is over on the left tackle. So I just don't trust who they have at right tackle. That's my biggest scare, that middle linebacker. So if they can find a good right tackle here, which I'm not sure there really is one available, I would much rather see them either get Travis Jones or Christian Walker would be the top two picks out of who's left available for me.
Saints don't have another pick until the 5th round, and I'm
Right.
pretty much convinced we're going to do another Ian Book draft pick with that.
I mean, pretty good return for a fifth rounder.
Did you see the game Ian Book played last year?
Actually, I did. It was pretty ugly.
Yeah.
But it's just.
I mean, other than that, I don't see the holes in the roster. Obviously, I really do think, even though we addressed the secondary today, if we could make a Tyrann Mathieu signing, that would be great. And then, I mean, the only other hole I see is that O tackle that we drafted yesterday is not going to start right away, which is good because so often Sean Payton has rushed offensive linemen into starting, and it hasn't been pretty. Look at Cesar Ruiz's first 2 years. Ramczyk has been great.
Yeah, he
Ramczyk
has been
incredible. I'm talking about Cesar Ruiz, who's just
Ruiz, the interior O lineman.
Yeah, we drafted him as a center like the year after we drafted Eric McCoy, who was a Pro Bowler in his first year, if I'm not mistaken.
I think so, yeah.
So, I mean, but like other than that, defensive line, we've always been good. We've always had depth there. I mean, we have a first rounder from last year, I think, still like that needs to break out. Well, hopefully stay healthy. Linebacker core. I mean, anytime you've got a linebacker core led by Demario Davis. And then you're going to see Zach Bond eventually, and Pete Werner is probably going to be the breakout star of the defense this year.
Right. I mean, though, I do understand why the Saints took Trevor Penning, the tackle that you were talking about. I mean, he's got a RAS score of 995. Like,
no, I'm 100
athlete.
on board, 100% on board.
So,
he fits the profile
right tackle,
that we like to go with offensive linemen.
Right. Yeah.
He will be the future left tackle.
And then exactly. I think he could be. That's what I'm saying. Like I definitely think he could start at right tackle, but I would not put the man out at left tackle. His pass blocking is what's really lacking. So that's the last thing you want to do with the Jameis Winston, who already has problems with throwing bad balls. Is have him a guy that's essentially a saloon door that's just going to allow the guys to fly by on a consistent basis and get him in trouble. So yeah, I think a right tackle would be a good place if you start him at all. Like you
Yeah,
said,
I
I
don't
think
think
he
he'll
needs
start.
another season or so to really develop, but he could. I think he could suffice at right tackle.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's going to start the first year, unless we have an injury that like we desperately need him.
Right.
I definitely get why we drafted him. He fits the physical and athletic profile that we always go for with with our offensive linemen. He's pretty fast.
Right.
Doesn't he run a sub 540?
Yes. Yes, he does. I just pulled him up. Yeah, 4.45. Sorry, just another one came up. Brian Cook. Yep, safety out of Cincinnati. Went to the Chiefs. So definitely Tyrann Mathieu is not going back to Kansas City. So you still definitely have a chance. And I think a Tyrann Mathieu would be a good fit in New Orleans. Put him
Yeah,
next to
but
that second round rookie that you got. Teach him how to play the game right. I think that'd be
yeah,
a nice, good pickup for y'all.
yeah, I know. I completely agree. Plus, it would make a lot of Saints fans happy. LSU guy.
Right. They can stop saying that they hate LSU so much. They just got to wait till they get old and then they'll bring him in.
Yeah. Speaking of Odell,
Right. I mean, he's still sitting out there. Why not just sign all the LSU guys?
I'm fine without signing Odell.
I'm really and I mean, look at this, dude. Okay, we've been talking about the AFC West loading up. The Chiefs selections are Trent McDuffie, George Karlaftis, Sky Moore, and Brian Cook. All height, weight, speed demons. Well, except for Sky Moore, he's just a speed demon. Short as all hell, but everything else is there. But the rest of those guys, big, fast, strong, and ridiculously productive in college. This is getting insane, guy. I'm not liking it. I'm used to making fun of these teams, and they're not allowing me to do it, and I don't like it. I need our
You
version of
can
the
still make
Falcons
fun of
back.
the Raiders. You can still make fun of the Raiders.
Especially that haircut from Derek Carr yesterday. Did you see that, Junk?
I did not see that. Let me Google this.
Bro. Yes. Oh
You can
my
make fun
God.
of the Raiders if only for the reason that they are the AFC version of the Cowboys.
True.
Every single what the hell is this?
He found it. I told you.
Oh,
I tried
Derek.
to warn you.
First the eyeliner and now this.
Yes. What is he doing? Like, I know that they
Derek.
say money can make you stupid, but this is another extreme, my guy. What is he
Derek,
doing?
no.
What is that? Is that the Mr. T? Like, I don't even understand what that is. It's like he got caught between two haircuts, couldn't decide, and just like, dude, throw it together and let's see what happens.
So I can't decide if Derek Carr is the best bad quarterback in the NFL or the worst good quarterback.
I love that. I love that analogy. That's great. I I have the same conundrum because he's so mercurial. It's absolutely insane.
But you
Yeah.
then have to look at the fact that he's had how many different head coaches and offensive coordinators in his career, and he's really been the one consistent piece of that franchise since he was drafted.
Right. Pure
And
enigma.
like
Because I mean,
everything that happens with the Raiders, with Gruden and then Henry Ruggs, and I mean, that's just
yeah,
last year.
right. And I mean, through all the turmoil they had last year, he was still leading the league in yards per game until I think it was like week 13. Like
Yeah,
he was averaging over 330 yards passing per game. Like that
yeah.
shocked me when I saw
I don't.
that late in the season.
I really don't think he's a bad quarterback, or I don't think he's a terrible quarterback. I don't know. He's
Yeah. Yeah, it's the enigma. It's like, okay, I don't think he's terrible. Well, I don't think he's bad. Well, I damn sure don't think he's good, and he's not great.
he's
It's just
no, no, no.
he's so
Derek Carr is a
infuriating.
good quarterback? Question mark.
I love it. There you go. He's good. Yeah, that works. I like that. He's good.
Yeah,
Just a little bit of confusion.
yeah. But as I was saying, the Raiders are the Cowboys of the AFC. Every year, it's their year, and it never is.
Yes, 1,000%. We used to be able to say that about the Kansas City Chiefs until they finally won. That was a little painful to watch. I guess we still got the Chargers because the Chargers just be chargering. They just do Charger
But
things.
they're so good. They're so good, and they just don't win.
I
I've
know they
never
are
seen
so
such a good
talented.
team that doesn't know how to win.
None. That franchise has got to be cursed, man. Because it's
Because
always the
even when
same
they
junk.
play really well, they lose.
Right. I mean, even when they play really bad teams and play really well, they lose. Like it's the most insane thing, and I love it so much. I know it's petty, but this is what happens when you get into fandom. Is that it's just you love to see them get their hopes up so much, and then just to watch them slowly die inside as they realize their team's going to do the same stupid junk that happens every single year is
You
absolutely
know,
delicious.
do you know how much fun it was to watch the Falcons blow a 28-3 lead in the Super Bowl?
Oh, I can imagine because I know how painful it is to watch your team lose 43-8 in the Super Bowl.
Oh, but
so,
especially after that season too. I
so I'm
remember
sure
that
it's the
Super Bowl.
opposite of that feeling.
Like I remember that Super Bowl so well. That was such a good year for the
Oh,
Broncos offense. And
bro,
then
can you
I mean I
imagine?
was hyped up for that Super Bowl. It's the best offense
Yes,
versus the best defense, and then
defense.
safety on the first play.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, and just think about I'm me, I'm a homer, I'm doing my biased thing. I got everybody over at the house, got the big screen ready, got all the food laid out, and like, yeah, here we go. Safety. Shit. like
At least it wasn't a
the
touchdown.
whole
No, Sean
air.
Moreno should have been the MVP of the Super Bowl.
Great, true. Definitely true. I mean,
I gotta
and
go.
like the crazy.
Sorry.
Oh, you got to go. All right, no, you're good, man. That Quinn was at work, guys. That's why he had to go ahead and dip out there real quick. So he was coming from us from the storeroom of where he works. So again, I hope y'all enjoyed having him. I'm gonna try and get him around a lot more often, just like with Steven, and try and give y'all a little bit more value to these things and get you some other voices so you don't just hear me droning on. But Broncos pick is finally up. The pick is in. Broncos have stayed pat. All the folks talking about, oh, they're going to trade up, they're going to trade up, they're going to trade up. As we see, access prostitutes, you can only trust so much of what they say. Broncos are about to pick. Let's see who it shall be. Nick Bonito. I actually called this one. I like it actually. This is the Elvis Doomerville of this draft. The kid is a beast. He is way undervalued at 64. The Broncos add another pass rusher that's going to be an absolute stud on the outside. I am geeked for the 15 tackles for loss and 7 sacks last year in 11 games. That's ridiculous production to get out of a pass rusher that lasts all the way to 64. Again, there were some other players I would have liked to see. Travis Jones was still on the board, but I can't be mad at Nick Bonito. It's one of the guys I had drafted to the Broncos in just about every mock draft I have up on our Twitter that you can see right down here at the bottom. @_ the answer is 42. Uh, all of our every single mock draft I've done is up on there, so y'all can go ahead and check us out and see just how accurate we are or we're not. And I'll tell you, last night with our first round, we got 2 guys right. We got Aiden Hutchinson and we got Kenny Pickett. Those were the only 2 picks we got right in the first round. We had all the right, all blah blah blah. Words are hard for me today, guys. I'm sorry, but we had everybody that went in the first round in our first round mock draft except the UT of Chattanooga pick by Bill Belichick and the Patriots, as we know. But yeah, not good when it comes to accuracy of where they fell, but we did have the right people in the first round for the most part. So Broncos country, how you feel? Broncos go pass rusher, first pick of the draft, last pick of the second round. The Broncos will be coming back up here pretty soon. I believe they have the 75th overall pick. Let me double check that. Yes, the next pick is the 75th overall pick. So we got just 11 picks to go before the Broncos pick again, and it could be sooner. Who knows? Peyton may move up and down the board. He's got a couple of third rounders, couple fourth rounders, fifth, couple sixth, and a seventh. So we'll see if they make any wheeling and dealing. But as of right now, it's looking like Peyton's just willing to stay pat and take best player available. All right, guys. So this is my first human moment. Please stay with me. I'm going to take a quick break real quick. I just got to go do some human activities real quick that I can't do sitting here in front of the camera. Be right back with y'all. We appreciate y'all. Stay right here. Just a few minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back, getting a little bit more comfortable. Ugh. We still got one draft to go. We are officially 66 picks in, and still only one quarterback is off the board. And we are not going to see one anytime soon. Let's see who's coming up. We got the Giants, the Browns, the Titans. I guess maybe the Titans at 69, maybe the Seahawks at 72, or Indy at 73 are the three next biggest opportunities for a quarterback to go. But go ahead and catch up these picks from when we last had y'all caught up. In case you're not watching along, there was Cam Taylor Britt, safety out of Nebraska, went to the Bengals. Drake Jackson, outside linebacker out of UFC, went to San Francisco. Brian Cook from Cincinnati, safety, went to KC. James Cook, running back out of Georgia, goes to Buffalo. And then obviously Nick Benito, outside linebacker, went to the Broncos. Then the top of the third, we've had Luke Fortner, offensive center, 6'4", 307 pounds, out of Kentucky, went to Jacksonville. Sorry, gonna get my stuff here together. Then we had Brian Asamoah, inside linebacker out of Oklahoma, go to Minnesota. And then Joshua Azidu, hope I said that right, out of North Carolina, offensive guard, goes to New York. Browns are on the clock, number 68 overall. Pick is in. Let us see where the Browns go. Why are they showing quarterbacks? The Browns are not taking a quarterback. It's going to be either a wide receiver or a defensive tackle. This is where I could see Travis Jones going, unfortunately. Or the next best wide receiver would be Jalen Tolbert out of South Alabama. I think that'd be a bit of a reach, though. I think Travis Jones or Nakobe Dean would be a great value pick right here. All right. Get back to the comments. All right. No new ones. Cool. So let's see the Browns. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is where Travis Jones goes. I think he'd be a great fit here. As much as I'd hate to see him go somewhere other than Denver, the Browns make a whole lot of sense. So yeah, I'll stick with Travis Jones here. We'll see what happens. Yeah, there's no way the Browns are going quarterback. I just look at their depth chart. They don't even need a backup. With Jacoby Brissett, he's actually an even better version of Teddy Bridgewater. Him and Bridgewater pretty much fight for who's the best backup quarterback in the league each year. So definitely no quarterback going here. I'm going to go ahead and stick with Travis Jones. This pick is taken for pick has been. I hate this. Every time this happens, the pick is in. It's been in for several minutes, but we got to go to the commercial breaks. ESPN's got to pay the bills. I mean, I get it, but it's annoying. So those that are here, what do y'all think of the cast so far? Y'all enjoying yourselves? I know I'm enjoying myself. This draft's been epic. Had some epic guests in here today. And sorry, just trying to work out some things. Again, one man band. I appreciate y'all's patience and working and sticking with me. All right. Think we're finally back. We're finally going to get the Browns pick here. See if I'm right or wrong as I have been more often than not. But that's okay. That's the fun part about predictions, right? You never know what could happen. Do your best. Hmm. Hmm. There we go. So, finally, announcing the Browns pick. Martin Emerson, cornerback out of Mississippi State. A decent RAS score, 8.49. Probably that 40-yard dash is what made him slip. He's got good size, 6'1", 201. Put up 17 bench reps of 225. Not that vertical hurt too. He had a vertical of 32 inches, which again is going to make it hard for him to stay up with some of these bigger wide receivers or even the smaller wide receivers with springs, a la Odell Beckham, players of that nature. And he had a 40-yard dash at 4.53 with a 10-yard split of 157, which are in the 57th and 68th percentile, respectively. Even his shuttle and three cone were a bit low. He had a 4.14 shuttle, which is in the 77th percentile, and three cone at 6.9, which is in the 74th percentile. So, big physical corner, needs to be in a zone heavy defense, which the Browns really don't play that much zone. So, it might be a bit of a problem, but if they do switch to a bit more zone, he could do some great things. Why was he showing the back of his jersey that says trees? James Rode Rodriguez. Why does it look like he's having a conversation with somebody? Sometimes it annoys me I can't have the volume up. But again, ESPN ain't hitting me with a copyright infringement. Not today. Not today. Nicholas Petit Frere, tackle at Ohio State. And these people are losing their minds again over players. They have there's no way that anybody in that stadium or in that area, wherever they're at, I should say, I think it's outside the Bellagio or whatever. There's no way any of them know who Nicholas Petit Frere is, the offensive tackle at Ohio State. He's a good right tackle. Probably would have been a pretty good pick for the Broncos. He played a lot of left tackle at Ohio State, but I think he projects more as a right tackle. And the Titans will probably play him at left tackle. Well, actually, no, because they still got Taylor Lewan. So he will probably start out at right tackle. Better position for him. Again, would have liked to see him in Denver, but still not mad at the Nick Benito. You never can have enough pass rushers. So I think my camera just died, didn't it? Yep, it sure did. Sorry, guys. Bear with me a moment. When I looked at it, I swear it said it had 50%, but bear with me a moment. I'll be right back. I'm going to swap out batteries so y'all can see. All right, guys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Again, battery died. Swear when I went on my little break, I looked at it and it said 50%, but something happened and it just died. But anyways, I knew I should have just changed it just to be safe, but of course, I got lazy. Sorry. I apologize. Oh, and here's another guy I would have liked to see in Denver. Chad Muma, linebacker out of Wyoming, does everything you want out of a modern day linebacker. Tested through the roof in every way, both combine and pro day. He gets interceptions, he gets tackles for loss, he gets sacks, he covers well. Sideline, pure sideline to sideline defender. Jaguars, outside of that Trayvon Walker pick at 1 overall, have actually, I think, done pretty well getting Devin Lloyd, linebacker out of Utah, Luke Fortner, the center, and now Chad Muma, the linebacker, to go with Miles Jack and Josh Allen in that linebacker room. That, again, if Trayvon Walker ends up hitting his ceiling, they knocked it out of the park. But there's such a differentiation between his floor and his ceiling. Man, that was the riskiest pick that they could have taken on a pick that they absolutely had to nail. And again, with every player available, how you end up with Trayvon Walker, the biggest bust opportunity out of the players that you have available. I can't justify that, but after that, they pulled the Dumb and Dumber and they have completely redeemed themselves so far. We'll see what happens going forward. Now we have the Bears back on the clock at 71 overall, round 3, and the pick is in. So we should have their pick here shortly. So they went Kyler Gordon and Jaquan Brisker, cornerback and safety. Seems like they're really focused on the defense, but they really need a wide receiver. Let's see who's left. We got Jalen Tolbert, Calvin Austin out of Memphis, Tolbert's out of South Alabama, and David Bell out of Purdue are the top three receivers available. I think they're all a bit of a reach. I mean, I could see a Velus Jones Jr. maybe here. I think he would add a really dynamic aspect to that offense. But with his size, I don't think teams are willing to take the leap on him with all of the other. I mean, still N'Kobe Dean's available, Travis Jones available, etc. So we'll see. Don't know if they're going to go wide receiver here. They've really focused on the defense. I say either N'Kobe Dean or Leo Chanel, linebacker out of Wisconsin. Both middle linebackers. Oh no! I should have stuck with my original. Velus Jones Jr., wide receiver out of Tennessee, does go at 71 overall. That was another kid I was hoping might fall to the Broncos at some point. I love his tape. I love his speed and shiftiness and his return ability, which the Broncos desperately need a return man. What is going on here? Did he play for USC? Yeah, I guess he did. I didn't even realize he was a transfer from USC. All I've ever seen is this Tennessee tape. But yes, this kid, fast, shifty, can play the slot, return. He's not exactly the most polished route runner, which is why he's still available in round 3. But he's a Tyreek Hill light. He's not quite as physical as Tyreek Hill, but he has all of the speed and all of the shiftiness that Tyreek Hill does. And again, why do they have him in his USC uniform? He played his 1 year there. He played in Tennessee for the last 2 seasons. All right, Seahawks are back up. See, again, we are 71 picks in, and 70 have been of the non-QB variety. This is absolutely insane, y'all. Have I been moving a lot? Because I was just told by my watch that I needed to keep it up for moving, and I got okay. All right. Seahawks pick is in, but they go to commercial again. Yay. Wonderful. Gotta love how they work these. Just milking the time. We probably could be halfway through the third round right now if it wasn't for all these ridiculous commercial breaks. And I mean, it's technically cheating because you're giving the team, whoever's on my game, I guess, it doesn't really matter what happens as long as the league forces them to put in the pick and they don't let them change it afterwards. But you're supposed to have a time limit. These folks are giving them way too much. All right, so this in commercial break real quick. I will be right back. I just need to readjust something here real quick. Bear with me. All right, guys, back. Sorry, had something crazy going on the camera there. Looked like it was about to shut off, so I wanted to make sure that we didn't lose that connection again. I apologize. It's what happens when you run everything solo. I apologize, but again, appreciate y'all's understanding and always sticking with me here. That's why we love y'all. This cat looks familiar. What's his name? Is that Shaquem Griffin? Oh, it is Shaquem Griffin. I thought that's who it was. He's announcing the Seahawks pick. Abraham Lucas, O tackle Washington. Guys, we might not see a quarterback until tomorrow. There may not be another quarterback taken until tomorrow at this rate. Like, this is insane. I've never seen teams not panic with bad quarterbacks. It's almost like the NFL has learned lessons or something, and that's just not normal. But Abraham Lucas, O tackle out of Washington State. He's a 6'6", 315-pound offensive tackle. He's just a big right tackle with a nasty demeanor. He's the kind of right tackle you want. If you're watching, you see the screen where he's just punching people and knocking them 10, 15 yards down the line, down from the line of scrimmage, getting on the second level, taking out linebackers, taking out cornerbacks and safeties, and allowing his running backs to get through that traffic and make something happen. The Seahawks, pretty good. Charles Cross, number 3 offensive tackle in the draft. Boye Mafe, very good pass rusher. Ken Walker the third, a very talented running back to add to the stable that they already have. And now Abraham Lucas, an offensive tackle, shores up that right tackle. So they got their bookends. They got their left tackle in the first round, right tackle right here in the third round. And now we have somebody walking out on the shoulders of somebody else, this could get ugly. What is this? Cheeky boyos? So the Colts select Jelani Woods. Dang it. That's the tight end. If the Broncos were going to take a tight end, that's the tight end I wanted them to take. This kid is a matchup nightmare. He is 6'8", 253 pounds, runs like a gazelle. He has a perfect 10 RAS score, right? As a tight end. I mean, he is an absolute freak. He would have been a better version of Noah Fant, in my opinion. I said he is 6'8", essentially 6'8". He's 6'7" and 2/8, or 1/4. 253, threw up 24 bench presses, has a vertical of 37.5 inches, a broad jump of 10 feet 9 inches, a 40-yard dash of 4.61, 157 10-yard split, 4.33 shuttle, and a 6.95 3-cone drill. Like, just by every single metric, that kid is an absolute freak of a tight end. And it looks like the Falcons pick is in and about to be announced. And while they do that, I got to find out who the cheeky boyos are. Oh, they're TikTok stars. Local TikTok comment. And we finally have another quarterback. Atlanta Falcons at 74th overall picked the second quarterback off the board, Desmond Ridder, quarterback out of Cincinnati. It only took 11 trades and 74 picks for them to still not have more quarterbacks off the board than running backs, offensive tackles, offensive guards, wide receivers, safety, you name it. Everything has been picked more often than quarterback at this point, and we are 74 picks in. But the Cincinnati quarterback goes a little bit south to Atlanta and joins the Falcons, which is a good position for him. I mean, they got Marcus Mariota. He can sit behind him and learn, like all these quarterbacks need to do. They're all developmental. None of them are ready to start day one. The one that was closest is Kenny Pickett. That's why he went in the first round. Every single other one of these guys needs to go to a good place that they're able to sit. And Desmond Ridder did, and he's my number 2 guy behind Malik Willis. For me, it went Malik Willis, Desmond Ridder, Kenny Pickett, my top 3 quarterbacks. So my number 1 quarterback still on the board, which he shouldn't be, honestly, especially this deep into the 3rd round. I don't know why Malik Willis hasn't been picked yet, outside of the accuracy issues, but yeah. The Falcons took a quarterback. They still won't win a Super Bowl. They're definitely not winning a Super Bowl anytime soon. They are in a full rebuild. So lucky for you, Nika, you have several years to drag on them. And the Broncos just made a trade with Houston at the 75th overall pick. Let's see who Houston moves up. Did they move up to get a quarterback now that we have a quarterback off the board? Is this where we finally see Malik Willis go to the worst possible destination, though? Oh, this would suck for Malik Willis. Yes, my guy, I appreciate you keeping us up to date and helping out. But yes, Nika, you still have several years of ribbing the Falcons before if they ever get it figured out, because they are in a full-blown rebuild right now. They are going to suck for a couple of years at least. Unless Desmond Ridder turns out to be a Pro Bowler. I mean, obviously, whenever you get a great quarterback, which, again, I'm not saying Desmond Ridder is, but he has the potential to be a franchise quarterback. He's just got what every other one of these quarterbacks has: inconsistent accuracy, inconsistent touch. If he could figure it out, they got them a guy. If they haven't, well, you better hope that you get a high pick next year and you got a first round or at least picks to get up into the top 10 to get one of those quarterbacks in a much more quarterback-rich draft class next year. Which I think that's probably what they're going to do. But who knows? I bet you are. That's I don't know if you were here with Quinn there, Nika, but we were talking a lot of Saints because I just had Quinn on. He's a Saints fan, so if you weren't around, I'm sorry. But we actually just had a lot of Saints talk if you were sticking around with us. I'm not sure. You didn't respond to me when I asked you while he was on. So I don't know. But if you were, I hope you enjoyed it. Oh, we got more people. Y'all are awesome. Thank y'all for showing up. Please hit the like button down there. It's free for y'all again. Priceless for us. All right. Texans pick is being announced. This was a trade with the Broncos. Now I got to look up what the trade package was. And they traded up and got the linebacker I wanted them to get. Christian Harris out of Alabama. Second time I've sat here and watched the Broncos trade back for a linebacker I really wanted them to get. All right. Still trying to look up, find anything. All right. Let's go to Twitter. Oh, Russell Wilson welcoming folk. Yeah, we're fired up. Anybody else seen? Yep, you did miss it. Yep, we had a Saints fan on. And we talked for a good, I don't know, 30 minutes, mostly Saints and trashing on the Falcons. You'd have had a good old time. I'm still trying to find the package. All right. Oh, we have another pick. Ravens pick is in. I don't think it's been announced yet. Nope, not yet. How does nobody have anything? There we are. They moved back 5 picks and picked up pick number 162 overall. So they gave up their third rounder, moved back 5 picks in the third round, and picked up a 5th rounder. So it looks like Peyton doesn't want to give up picks. It looks like he might want to collect some. So we'll see if there's more trades on the horizon or if they stick at 80. Yes, you and everyone in Broncos country. Absolutely. None of us can win. I mean, really, I think all of the NFL is enamored to see what Russell Wilson will not only do with the Broncos, but in the AFC West that is just so ridiculously stacked. All right, we are back. We are going back into commercial break with this ridiculousness. All right, more people. Thank y'all. Appreciate you for coming in. Again, make sure that you hit the like button. Appreciate all of it. All right. See the Ravens. Let's give a prediction on who the pick will be. I still can't believe Nakobe Dean is sitting there, and so is Travis Jones. I think because the Baltimore did not get Jordan Davis in the first, with the Eagles jumping over them to snatch him from underneath their nose, This might be where Travis Jones finally falls, and I don't get either of the guys I wanted the Broncos to get when it comes to linebacker or defensive tackle. I mean, even though a Perion Winfrey out of Oklahoma wouldn't be bad at D tackle, I just like Travis Jones. I just like the way he works and his. I mean, just everything coming out of UConn. Just everybody raves about him, from the coach to the janitor to his homeroom teacher. Like literally anybody that's come in contact with that kid has nothing but glowing, glowing things to say about him. And you can never have enough high character guys, especially when they can produce on the field as well. So that's the main reason why I want Travis Jones so bad. It's not just because of the football play, but everything he does off the field as well, because he does everything exactly the way you want him to do it. And he's one of the rare kids that stayed home even though he had all kinds of offers from all kinds of D1 schools, including SEC schools, and decided to stay home at UConn because he wanted to stay close to family. So can't ever be mad at a kid that's willing to give up bigger exposure, and now with the NIL, bigger money. Ooh, Blue Man Group. I actually got to see them live. If none of y'all have seen the Blue Man Group live, you need to. It was honestly one of the most epic things I've ever experienced. I wasn't in the splash zone because I just really wasn't feeling that, but absolutely epic. Absolutely worth every single penny. One of the best experiences I have ever had. And my wife will attest to the same thing. That was our first anniversary, was going to Vegas, and that was the one place we made it due to her medical issues. Absolutely worth it every moment. I loved it. Oh, there's this guy. I forget his name, but I think he's famous or something. Josh Charles. There you go. Recognize the face, but I'm bad with names, especially with celebrities, because I just really don't care. Just let me know what your character is. And I'm right, unfortunately. Travis Jones, D tackle out of UConn, goes to Baltimore. That just made way too much sense. Especially, like I said, after they missed out on Jordan Davis in the first round, and Travis Jones falling this far surprised me. I did not see him making it out of the second round. Most mock drafts had him going no later than 62 to the Chiefs, and he was able to squeeze all the way down to 76. And the Broncos allowed him to by making the trade back. I think I would have much rather them stayed pat and got in either Travis Jones or Harris at Alabama. Sad to see them go, but I think a decent landing spot for, well, more than a decent landing spot. And now the Ravens just have went insane. They got Kyle Hamilton, the should have been the number 1 overall pick, but because people slander safeties, he wasn't. Tyler Linderbaum, the best center in the draft. David Ajabo, one of the better pass rushers that, again, if he wouldn't have blown his Achilles out in his pro day, would have went in the first round. And now Travis Jones. The rich just get richer. That's all that's about. And now the Indianapolis Colts are up. See who their pick is. Bernard Raymond, the O tackle out of Central Michigan. Another offensive lineman goes. Still only 2 quarterbacks off the board. 77 picks in, and we got 2 quarterbacks off the board, and Malik Willis is still sitting there. Wow. This is an absolutely insane draft. This does not make sense at all for anybody that's watched the draft the way that I do over the years. And yeah, Bernard Raymond, Joe Staley. I mean, I think that's a bit of a reach. Could he potentially get there? I guess. But yeah, left tackle in college, more likely a right tackle in the NFL. Nasty demeanor and all that. Great pass rush specialist, or pass block specialist, but run blocking, it leaves a little bit to be desired. And he can get swallowed by bigger guys at times. So, I mean, definitely proper value though. 3rd round pick. I had a lot of more people looking at him more later 3rd round, early 4th round, but not a bad pick. Definitely a developmental player. Maybe goes over back to the left side, but I think he's a much better right tackle and probably stays there for the majority, if not the entirety of his career. Next up is the Cleveland Browns. Pick is in. Let's see. Who do I think the Browns take? They could use some linebacker help. Definitely not seeing a quarterback go again. I guess they could go Perry and Winfrey, a D tackle out of Oklahoma. You need a little bit more beef on that defensive line. I'm gonna go. Let's just go Cameron. Yeah, let's go Perry and Winfrey, Oklahoma D tackle. See if I can get this one right too. Been on a little bit of a run. Been all right. See if we can keep pushing. Oh man, why do they always got to talk so much? Andrew Hawkins. Like, bro, you had like a half of a good season and you out here talking mess. There we go. Finally. Alex Wright, defensive end at a UAB. I almost went DN. I was thinking more DeMarvin Leal, but Alex Wright, University of Alabama, Birmingham, small school product. So he had 7.5 tackles for loss and 6 sacks. So not the greatest production, but he's definitely got some tools there. Let's go ahead and pull up his RAS score. He doesn't have one because he did not go to the combine, but he has great height and weight, 6'5", 272. Looks like he's got a pretty good motor. I haven't really watched, I'm not going to lie and say I watched a bunch of film on the kid. I haven't. From what I'm seeing and what I'm reading, looks like he's a high effort, high motor guy, not the absolute greatest athlete, but great size, great length. And despite the level of competition, showed up pretty well. But for me, if you're going to be at a small school with lower competition, you just got to produce at an unbelievable rate. And his is just average production, especially if you're going to take him this early in the draft. I mean, I know it's the third round, but still, teams expect to be pulling starters out in the third round nowadays. So, not exactly sure how I feel about that pick, but obviously they like it. And now we have the Chargers up. They're picking 79 overall, one before the Broncos go back on the clock, as long as they don't trade picks again. There we go. All right. So Chargers. See who's best available, who may be going here. They don't need any of those. I think middle linebacker is probably one of their bigger needs on that defense. They're pretty much solid everywhere else, if not above average to great at most positions on the defensive side. So let's see. Where do I think they go? This is a tough one, but they really don't have many holes. I'm gonna say they go safety, and they take Kirby Joseph, the 6'1" safety out of Illinois. That's where I think they'll go. Best player available. They need somebody opposite of Derwin James. They don't need a superstar because they already got Derwin James. Kirby Joseph, excuse me, does all the nasty things. Not going to be that flashy, but he could definitely handle all the duties opposite Derwin James, who's going to be literally all over the field at any point. So we'll stick with Kirby Joseph, safety out of Illinois, and see how wrong we are. And I'm sorry I keep going back to my phone. I'm just hoping that at least one more guest will show up. I'm not making any promises, but that's why I keep looking down and away and everything. But obviously, also watching to make sure I don't miss anything in the draft. I know y'all understand. All right, looks like we're finally back. People about to make some of these outfits these fools got. It be killing me. It's like y'all grown humans. I guess this is what the NFL does. It brings out the kid in all of us, right? Chargers, yeah, Austin Eckler. How you gonna make the undrafted free agent come out and announce a draft pick? I've always thought that's kind of disrespectful. It's like, oh, we didn't like you enough to draft you when you were ready, you were available to be drafted, but just to make it up to you, we're gonna send you and make you tell somebody else that their dream has come true in a way that you never had a chance for. Well, they went safety, just not the safety I thought. They went JT Woods, safety out of Baylor. So I got the position right, just not the player. But yeah, it seemed like that was probably the biggest need they had left. And they went ahead and filled it with their guy, not my guy. So again, that's why they're in their front office and I'm not. Did not see that coming. I'm just looking up his RAS score here to get some measure. See if I got some measurables on him. Things will load. Don't be stupid now, internet. You've been doing so well. What is going on? I think my page just froze. Oh, there we go. All right. JT Woods, the 6'2", 195-pounder out of Baylor. Reload. Sorry. There we go. Finally. All right. Yeah. Really good RAS score. 943 overall. It's a 6'2", 195. Got a 39.5-inch vertical. Wow. 10-foot 8-inch broad jump. Ran a 4.36 40-yard dash. Ooh. Size, speed, height, freak to go right next to another size, speed, height, freak. And the Broncos make their pick. They get a tight end, Greg Dulcich, out of the UCLA. Man, still would have rather have seen them get a lot. I swear that George Payton does not value the inside linebacker position at all. He just can't. There's no way. There's no way that you pass up all these inside linebackers that are available and give any credence or respect to that position. But for Greg Dulcich, the tight end that is now a Denver Bronco out of UCLA, he is 6'4", 243. Not very strong. Only put up 16 reps of 225. I know I say that considering that I could probably not put up one. But still, 34-inch vertical, respectable. 10-foot 2-inch broad jump, pretty good. Ran a 4.69 40-yard dash. Just not the freak that you really want. I mean, it's pretty twitchy. 7.05 3 cones, not terrible. Shuttle at 4.37 for a tight end, not terrible. but there's such better athletes available right now. I don't like that pick. I don't. I don't like the fact that you traded back and allowed those middle linebackers and that defensive tackle to be picked just to take a blah tight end. I don't want to say he's a bad tight end because he does have some decent measurables, but his production is not all that great. I mean, you can also chalk that up to bad quarterback play at UCLA and all of that. But the Buffaloes, with one of the worst defenses last year, completely shut the kid down in UCLA Stadium. So I guess. I mean, I am the leader of the George Payton fan club and all of those things, so I try not to question the man. But that right there, yeah, I don't like it with who was available. I don't at all. Period. There's so much better options there, and there's still other tight ends that are on the same level as Greg and are either bigger, faster, or stronger. And I don't know. That's the first pick that George Payton has made that I don't like at all. I don't like it at all. Period. First pick, I'm good with. This pick, not so much. Now the Falcons made another pick, 82nd overall, D'Angelo Malone, linebacker out of Western Kentucky. Ugh. Sorry, I'm still not feeling good about that tight end selection there in the third round. I mean, I know the Broncos still got another pick in the third round, and they could have let the guy go, and they would have had him at the later pick in the third round. And now we're going to watch other better athletes go between now and then just because I don't know why they felt they needed a tight end. The tight end position is not nearly the need that people make it out to be. If Jelani Woods was there, I'd be raving. I absolutely love Jelani Woods. That is a modern day tight end. This guy, he's like a number 2 at best. The ceiling of that man is a number 2 tight end. And you have guys out here that could be day 1 starters. Nakobe Dean. You know, I don't know. I'm going to try and calm down here and trust Peyton, but this one hurts a little bit. That one hurts a little bit. I mean, seriously, Nakobe Dean's available. Perrion Winfrey's available. Leo Chanel is available, the linebacker out of Wisconsin, who's an athletic freak. I mean, I wouldn't even been mad at a Kirby Joseph to sit behind Caden Stearns, Justin Simmons, and Kareem Jackson for a year or so. He could turn into something. I mean, even Jeremy Ruckert, the Ohio State guy, he didn't have the greatest production because of the way that offense runs, but all the measures, I mean, 6'6", 252, 4.5 40, etc. I'm cool with that if you want to go and get a physical freak. But that is not Dolchich. I don't like that at all. Let's go ahead and see what the analysts have to say. Looks like he's great at sitting down in zones, above average route runner against man coverage. Inconsistent hands, long arms, extends and snatches, enough speed, not what the Broncos needed. I guess he got down the field a bit at UCLA, but again was in the Pac-10 that does not have the greatest defenses to begin with. So I don't know. I mean, hopefully he proves me wrong like he normally does, but I don't like it. I just don't. Anyways, let's get back to who is here. All right, so we had a couple of picks while I was consternating about the tight end the Broncos take, which were Cordale Flott a cornerback out of LSU. Derek Stingley's other side. He's 6'1", 175-pounder. Very wiry cover corner and really smooth hips. Honestly, should have went earlier, but just didn't have enough production. Then he went to the New York Giants. Then we had the Falcons make another pick. That was D'Angelo Malone, the outside linebacker out of Western Kentucky. So we're all caught up now. Make sure I'm not ignoring any. Nope, no more new comments. Cool. Just wanted to make sure I didn't have y'all thinking I was ignoring you. But yeah, Nakobe Dean, Channing Tindall, Perry, and Winfrey. Any one of those three guys, I'd have been over the moon for when it comes to their selection there. But I guess George Payton, I'm going to trust that you know better than me. We'll just put it that way. Eagles pick is now in and being announced by a guy in a very white suit. Oh my goodness. I don't know if I could ever wear a suit that white. I'm way too much of a mess. All right, let's see where this goes. Eagles. Nakobe Dean finally comes off the board. There you go, Eagles fans. You got yourselves a good one. He is going to be an absolute beast in the league. The Eagles got a steal, an uber steal. Nakobe Dean should have been a first-round pick, without a doubt. But because he's 5'11", he lasts to the 83rd pick. And I'm so angry he's not in Denver. 2 picks, they had a chance, and they just watched him. I honestly would have taken him over either of the picks that the Broncos have right now with Bonito and Dolchich. I would much rather have Nakobe Dean. I'm so over hearing people talk about his height, dude. Just watch these highlights. Watch how fast he just closes the distance. How physical he is. Like, oh, he's short. Yeah, look at him working on centers and guards. They can't get their hands on him. He's too fast, quick, and he uses the leverage that is given. Right here, they're showing him as a cornerback. He's a middle linebacker playing cornerback and baited the quarterback, broke on it like a cornerback, and took it to the house. The dude is insane how athletic he is. But again, everybody want to talk about him being 5'11". Get over it. After this year, you will never hear the height of Nakobe Dean again. After his rookie season, you will never hear the height of Nakobe Dean again as a negative. I will say that right now. The Eagles got an absolute steal. So Bird Gang and folk, y'all got a steal. Absolutely. All right, Steelers pick is in at 84 overall. Let's see who we believe will be their pick. See, best available. You know what? I think this is where Perry and Winfrey goes. The defensive tackle out of Oklahoma. Steelers always love their big nasties. And right there, y'all saw they were dead last in rushing yards per game and yards per game allowed. So defensive tackle right here makes too much sense. So we'll say Perry and Winfrey out of Oklahoma. Oh, it's a defensive lineman to Marvin Leal, defensive end out of Texas A&M. Good pick, good solid 3-4 defensive end. The 6'4", 283, good size. Doesn't have the greatest top end speed. He's not going to beat you with speed, but as y'all see, he will beat you with power. Y'all just seen how he yoked that left tackle? That was a left tackle. That wasn't a tight end. He just yoked like that. He is just a monster when he gets his hands on you. Now, if an offensive lineman can get inside his pads, they can lock him down. But if he gets his hands on you first, oof, he hits like a Mack truck too. So, and he's kind of a tweener, little slow for a D end, little small for a D tackle. But in a 3-4, that's exactly what you're looking for in your D end. You want that tweener. You want that guy that's got enough juice to get to the quarterback occasionally, but enough size to make sure that the running back is stuffed at the line of scrimmage, or at least doesn't even have a hole to hit the line of scrimmage. Patriots are back up. Let's see if they dip back into the FCS instead of the FBS for another pick. Who's this guy? They still haven't even shown his face. Oh, it's what's his name? Donnie Osmond. There you go. I was like, it's that famous guy that's in Vegas. All right. Donnie Osmond is making the pick. The Patriots select Marcus Jones, cornerback out of Houston. That's who I'm thinking of. Isn't it? I think that kid's like 6'4". Let me get him pulled up here. Oh, I already pulled him off there. Oh, nope, definitely not the right guy I was thinking of. Okay, yeah. He's on the opposite end of the spectrum. I was thinking of the kid from Texas San Antonio. That kid's like 6'4". But this kid is a 5'8", 174 slot corner. He played a lot of outside at Houston, but that's because of the level of competition. They're still in the FBS, but it's still a pretty weak conference. So I don't see him being on the outside, but that's not what the Patriots need. The Patriots need a guy that's going to be able to be a slot corner. And then this guy also obviously gives some return ability as well, which, Bill always loves his versatile players and guys that are willing to play special teams. We are still 10 picks from the Broncos' next pick. Tennessee Titans are up on the clock at 86th overall, and they are going to commercial break, and I need to take a break as well. You're my voice a little bit of a break. I get another drink, so bear with me, guys. Again, I'm going to go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. I will be right back. All right, guys, I am back, and it looks like the Malik Willis slide is finally over. Seems the Tennessee Titans will be selecting him with the 86th pick in the draft. Ryan Tannehill's successor has officially been snatched. Who is this Titans fan? For all of you that are watching this with sound on, can y'all tell me who the Tennessee fan is there with trees on the back of his jersey? Malik Willis has finally, after 3 rounds, man, God, that had to be the most sickening wait ever. 2 days, 3 rounds, and you in the green room. Ouch. How many players are gonna forgo going the whole NFL draft experience like this? Ugh. I mean, at least they haven't done what they did to like Rodgers and them, and just be berating the camera in their face the whole time they're in the green room, or Shaquille Griffin a couple years ago when he lasted all the way to the third round. But yeah, I mean, as we were talking earlier with Steven, I think the Titans is one of the better places for him to go. He gets to sit behind Tannehill. That offense is a perfect offense for him. Run heavy, throw to wide open wide receivers because they're going to put 8 to 10 guys in the box because of King Henry. So even though the wait was long, I think Malik Willis should be happy with where he went. Good coaching staff, good football culture, a good city. I think I think he should be happy. I mean, yeah, you want to be upset that the poor kid had to sit there for so long, but at the end of the day, he went to probably one of the best situations he possibly could have. But Ryan Tannehill has been put on notice. So if Sambo, if you're watching, your boy Tannehill has now had his replacement officially taken. Even though, again, I will stay on that hill. Tannehill is better than so many say that he is. He's definitely top 15, if not top 12. So, again, perfect situation for Malik Willis. Gets to go somewhere and learn under a very accurate quarterback. He is an inaccurate quarterback. So, really, there's not many places he could have went that were better than Tennessee for him to get not just the coaching, but a veteran presence that can help him with those accuracy issues. Because that was the one thing about Tannehill coming out was his inaccuracy and being more of a wide receiver than a quarterback. Same things were said about Malik Willis. So again, great landing. Goodness, great landing spot for Malik Willis in Tennessee. Now we have the Cardinals up. They are making their pick, 87th overall. And they have selected Cameron Thomas, defensive end out of San Diego State. He's a 6'4, 267 pounder. Really much more of a run defender than a pass rusher, which is okay in a Cardinals type system, which is a 3-4. Your defensive ends don't have to have the ability to pass rush, especially your right defensive end. That's more of freeing up space for the actual pass rusher, the outside linebacker to do so. If they have pass rush ability, it's a bonus. But the biggest thing is stopping the run, eating up blocks, and clearing the path for your actual pass rushers. He's a real a Derek Wolf type. He's a guy that he's not going to quite get you all the sacks, but he's going to do all the dirty work for the other guys to get all the sacks. Okay, yep, still caught up on the messages. Just wanted to make sure. Cardinals, not terrible. Again, I think Trey McBride's a bit overrated, but still a good, decent, solid pick in the second round. Safe pick. And then another safe pick with the defensive end here in the third. And the Cowboys pick is in, and there is Emmitt Smith coming out to announce the pick. See, this is a guy I can't be mad at talking junk. He actually did something. But all these Andrew Hawkins and that of the world out here talking junk, it's like, bro, simmer down. Simmer down and now. All right, let's see where we end up here. Jalen Tolbert, wide receiver out of South Alabama. He is a 6'1", 194-pounder. He's very quick, reaches that top end speed extremely quickly. Doesn't take more than a couple of steps to get to that top speed. So really good at separation, can take the top off of a defense. Not a bad pick. And really is a Amari Cooper clone. They just selected a new version, younger, cheaper version of Amari Cooper after they lost him in the offseason. So smart pick by the Cowboys. Again, small school guy, but we don't care about those here. We understand that football players that play football can come from anywhere. Great football players can come from anywhere. It doesn't have to be the SEC or the Big Ten or whatever. Great players come from everywhere. So we'll see how well he does down in Dallas, moving over from Alabama. Next up is the Buffalo Bills, 89 overall. Let's see. Who is still available and makes sense for the Bills? Oh, it's Kyle Brandt. Let's go Leo Chanel, linebacker out of Wisconsin. That's inside linebacker, but a different one. Terrell Bernard, inside linebacker out of Baylor. It's a little bit on the smaller side, 6'1", 224. Definitely undersized, but again, we don't judge by size. But very good range and chases from sideline to sideline. A lot in the mold of a Nakobe Dean. Kyle Brandt's having way too much fun eating buffalo wings on the stage. He is a trip. If y'all don't know who Kyle Brandt is, look him up on the NFL Network. He's an absolute trip. Does the angry runs. I love what he does. Absolutely entertaining. But going back to Terrell Bernard, very good in coverage. He's not a guy you want to blitz too much because he can get lost in the wash. But if he hits the angles right, as you see there, he's got enough speed to get through. But if an offensive lineman gets their hands on him, it's over. He can get by running backs. He can sometimes get by tight ends, depending on how good they are at blocking. But he is not a guy you want to blitz too often. But definitely can range sideline to sideline. Y'all seen there? As y'all see, every time he's blitzing, it's shooting a gap, hitting a running back, staying back. Yeah, if an offensive lineman get their hands on him, he's so small that they'll just ragdoll him. But he has all the athleticism you want in today's linebackers. Again, a little bit undersized, but he's one of those guys you can kind of put around or all the way around the field, and he can really kind of do it all. You can play a little safety, play a little slot corner if you got a tight end out there in the slot, something of that nature. But he's not a guy you really want around the line of scrimmage. Is why he's dropped so far. Is really going to be the size. Maybe if he puts a little bit more weight on in an NFL weight room, he can do a little bit more when it comes to being around the line of scrimmage, but he's really a coverage backer and probably is going to be what his role is uh, in his rookie season. He's just going to be out there on obvious passing downs, chasing down running backs and tight ends all over the middle of the field. Next up is the Raiders at number 90. And they are remembering Daryl LaMonica, who just passed away lately. The late, great Raider. All right. See a couple more people filed in. Please make sure you hit that like and subscribe button while you're here. We appreciate it. Always free for you, always priceless for us. So we appreciate you. We love y'all. Make sure you hit that like button at the least for us. There we go. Broncos should have drafted me as tight end. Yeah, I mean, I, I I don't like it. I don't like that pick at all. I really don't. I'm trying not to be too negative, but there were so many better talented athletes that were left on the board, and there's no way you can convince me that Dolchich would not be available when they picked again. He had to have been. He's not terrible, but he's not the matchup nightmare that you need. You already got Albert Okugbunam. He's a big-bodied, fast-receiving tight end that can block. This guy's a slower, smaller version of Albert Okugbunam. Why are you doubling down on that? Dylan Parham, guard out of Memphis, goes to the Raiders. Good, safe pick. Dylan Parham, I honestly thought would be a second rounder. Big, nasty guard, moves really well. Would have been great in a zone scheme. I wouldn't have been mad even if the Broncos took him at 64. Really like the way that he plays the game. Nasty demeanor. Smaller school, yes, out of Memphis, but still in that SEC territory. They do play. He showed up when they played top talent. When they played teams from the SEC and things of that nature. So definitely legit talent at the right tackle position. I would have been more than happy to see Dylan Parham as a right tackle. Even he would have been a better pick than Dolchich. A much better pick because it's a much bigger need. We already have a starter at tight end. You just took a backup over what could have been a potential starter at a serious position of need. Because again, you can't convince me that Bobby Turner, Calvin Anderson, and Tom Compton are what you really believe in to protect a Russell Wilson. Like, I can't believe that. Like again, I know they have Parham, they're showing him as a guard, but I seen him as a legit right tackle that could start in the league. There's some that want to talk about his barely short arms. Like he's like an inch shorter than than the average. So yeah, I don't know. It's insane. It's insane to me. It's the first time I've had to question George Payton and I don't know what to do with myself. Okay? Don't judge me. Please. Oh. All right. So again, we're in commercial break. I'm going to take another quick break. My voice is starting to kill on me, so I need to give it a little bit of a rest. I'm going to try and get something in me to try and cool down the throat passages here. And I'll be right back again. Just stick with me. I will be right back. All right, we are back again. Thank y'all for sticking with me there. Excuse me, sir. Had to do some voice maintenance because I felt my voice going out on me. Hopefully, I didn't sound too bad, and hopefully, I sound better now. Um, but looks like Buccaneers just made a pick. Rashad White, another running back, goes off the board. We have officially seen every position selected have more players selected at them than the quarterback position. We are 92 picks into the draft, and only 3 quarterbacks have been taken, and only 1 in the first 2 rounds. This is just the oddest, strangest, weirdest. I don't even know how to describe it here. It's insane. This draft is just the strangest. Sheck Wes. Can somebody please tell me who the hell Sheck Wes is? And we have another offensive lineman off the board. I love the love for the big uglies this draft, man. There's been a lot of linemen picked already. That's Sean Ryan, guard out of UCLA. Big old 6'4", 320-pounder. He played left tackle at the USC. So we can get you some more info here. Yeah, it looks like he had 31 starts at left tackle at UCLA, but is going to be kicked into guard. Another one of those guys, aggressive run blocker, not much of a pass blocker. Left tackle, got to pass block. If you don't pass block, they're not going to leave you out there. Looks like he's got a little bit shorter arms than you would like for a tackle, but he's still got good size, 6'5", 321. Really good size for an offensive guard. Much more of a power guy, which is perfect. Going to where he went to Green Bay, they run a power scheme. Or no, my bad, they run a zone scheme. So interesting. Much more of a power guy to me, but maybe they see more in him than I do. Let me look up his RAS score. He's got a decent RAS score, 8.18. Yeah, that 5.25, 40-yard dash. 177 split, I guess, isn't terrible. It's in the 83rd percentile. So not terrible. 3-cone, 755. Vertical, 33.5. It's not bad for a big guy. So I guess not a terrible fit for a zone blocking scheme, but still not not ideal. And the 49ers just took another running back, Tyrion Davis Price. Man, how many? I guess, like I say, you can never have enough pass rushers. Kyle Shanahan says that you can never have enough running backs. Insane. Well, I guess they did. Did they trade away one of their guys? I want to say they traded away one of their guys. Maybe that's why they went ahead and grabbed a guy. Roster. Just pulling up the roster real quick. Pull up their depth chart. Running back. Now they already got four running backs. They got Elijah Mitchell, who looked great last year. A kid named Jeff Wilson, JaMychal Hasty, who had moments, and then Trey Sermon, who I absolutely loved coming out of the draft last year and did some really good things when he did get on the field for the Niners. And they already have two fullbacks as well in Kyle Juszczyk and Josh Hokett. But they went ahead and got another guy. I guess they thought they needed 5. 4 wasn't enough. So Darren, since you said they should have drafted you as tight end, we're going to go out and make you run the 40. I know you got the size. Why am I getting a bunch of dings? Darren, tell your brother I'm going to have to answer his question later. That was the other ding. I thought it was maybe one of my other guests I was looking at trying to get in here, but yeah, tell your brother I'll answer him when I'm done here and after I've talked to their mama. We are back on commercial break with the Panthers pick in. I didn't miss any picks while I was looking at that, did I? No. Okay. All right. When does day 3 start? Tomorrow at noon. Okay. Is that who I think it is? Okay. Again, Darren, please tell your brother he is blowing me up. Please tell him I will answer him as soon as we're done here. We're almost done. It's towards the end of the round. So if you are with me, please let your brother know. I will get back to him ASAP. You just got to give me a little time. All right. Oh, we have another quarterback off the board finally. Matt Corral. He was honestly one of my favorites when it came. It was Malik Willis, Matt Corral, and Carson Strong were my personal favorites. Corral and Strong need a lot more than Willis does when it comes to development. They both are. Matt Corral's got all the things you want in a quarterback right now, except for the accuracy. A lot like Malik Willis, he's mobile. He's got a good arm. It's not It's not uber great. It's not a Malik Willis arm, but it's still a very strong arm, very NFL caliber arm. He definitely doesn't want to throw against his body like we just all saw in that last highlight. In the NFL, that ball's picked off, unless you're Patrick Mahomes, and even he's learning that there's limits to what he can do in the NFL because all these guys are big, fast, and strong and can cover ground ridiculously. So Matt Corral, quarterback out of Ole Miss, goes to Carolina and the Panthers with Matt Rule and company. So we finally have a fourth quarterback off the board, and 3 of the 4 go in the third round with only, again, 1, Kenny Pickett, going in the first round. So we've had a little bit of a run on quarterbacks and tight ends for that matter, and running backs, uh, which we saw no running backs and no tight ends go in the first round. That was the first time in almost a decade that's happened, and then only 1 quarterback. But now we've had 4 quarterbacks, I think 4 tight ends now, and 5 to 6 running backs have went off the board today. So that completely flipped. But again, obviously teams saw all the rest of this talent running around, and they're like, you know what? Let's not go grab a guy that we're going to have sit where we can go out and get a guy that's going to be a starter this year for us. So makes sense what they did. And I can't believe I'm saying that the NFL made sense when it came to quarterbacks. That's usually the one thing that makes the NFL lose their minds. But I just saw on Twitter a little bit ago a tweet from Brandon Perna talking about the NFL saw all the guaranteed money that Deshaun Watson's getting, and as a whole have collectively moved on from quarterbacks. I think that's about the best analogy I've seen. But this draft has been insane, but absolutely entertaining. I hope y'all have enjoyed it as much as I have because it's been a blast to be here with y'all. All right, Bengals have selected Florida defensive tackle Zachary Carter. A little bit of a smaller D tackle. He's 6'4", 282, but the Bengals already have their run stuffing defensive tackle. They needed a guy that can get to the quarterback. They needed a pass rusher, and that's what this guy is. He's not a guy that's going to sit there and plug all the holes and everything. Even though he has a little bit of a size to do that, he is much more about getting to the quarterback. He likes to eat quarterbacks, and he does it pretty dang well on a team that played in the SEC against some of the best talent out there. So he has the production. He has enough size to be a pass rushing defensive tackle. I wouldn't make him my nose tackle. I wouldn't make him my zero technique, but definitely a 2 or a 3, he can get the job done. And as y'all see, he has a tendency to be around the ball and make splash plays. So very nice pick for the Bengals here in the third round. Next up is the Indianapolis Colts at 96 overall, and their pick is in. They just made another trade with the Broncos because that was supposed to be the Broncos pick. The Broncos make another trade to move back. Let's see. Who do the Colts move up to get? While we're waiting on that, they got Nick Cross, safety out of Maryland, is who the Colts moved up to get. Broncos don't really need a safety, so I'm not too mad about that. Let's see what the compensation was. Let's see who's got it. Oh, that's never a good sign. Colin Coward said the Broncos have crushed this offseason free agency and draft, crushed it. I never like it when Colin Coward says nice things about your team because it usually turns into a hex. The Broncos are not on the clock. Why have y'all not updated? Uh, Benito. Okay, so they got some ammunition next year. They did the 96th overall pick to Indianapolis for their 5th round pick this year and their 3rd round pick next year. So they picked up an extra pick in the 5th round this year, which gives them 2 4ths, 2 5ths, a 6th, and 2 7ths left after this trade, and then an extra 3rd rounder next year, which replaces will probably help them move back up into either the 2nd or 1st round because they have no 1st or 2nd round pick next year. So looks like Peyton's sitting here trying to get up some capital to go ahead and compensate for some of it that he gave up in next year's draft as part of the Russell Wilson trade. So that's what that trade was about. It was about getting a draft pick, an extra draft pick next year when they'd already given up their 1st and 2nd. So Lions are now up at 97, which I think that means that is the end of the day for the Broncos. I don't think they have any more. Nope, they do not. So that is the end of the day for the Broncos. They will not pick again until their 4th rounder tomorrow. We are down to a handful of picks. We have 9 picks left in this draft and this day. For those of you that have stuck this whole time, y'all are absolutely epic. Y'all are absolutely, I cannot believe y'all have sat here with me for 4 hours and 10 minutes. Y'all are the best, K42 fam. Give yourselves a pat on the back. Y'all the shizzy. I love y'all. Y'all are the best. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to go on a quick break here, real quick, guys, while they get these last couple of picks in, and then I will be back to go ahead and power through the remainder of these picks. Again, y'all are absolutely epic. I love y'all. Stick with me. I will be Okay, sorry about that. A little bit longer than I expected, but I am back. Had to handle some things. I apologize, guys. This is the drawback of the one man show, but I know y'all understand, and I appreciate you guys so very much for it. So, missed a couple picks while I was gone. Number 33 in the round, 97 overall. Here in the third round, Kirby Joseph, Illinois safety. I've been trying to give to about 4 teams in this round. Finally goes off the board. I really like the kid. Um, Another one of those height, weight, speed combos. 6'1", 203, runs a high 4'4", low 4'5". A little bit of a tweener, kind of small for a strong safety, big for a free safety, fast for a strong safety, a little slow for a free safety. So it's kind of that tweener, but a guy that you can really just put everywhere on the field, and he's just going to make plays. So good pick by the Lions here in the third round. Brian Robinson Jr. was the next pick, running back out of Alabama. Big back, 6'2", 225. Big boy. He attacks the line of scrimmage. A lot in the mold of a Derrick Henry. Not quite that nasty, not quite that big, but just a rung below when it comes to size and speed combo. So nice, strong pick for the Commanders there. Nice compliment, nice thunder compliment to like the JD McKissicks and that they have on that roster. So nice, solid pick. Then we just had the Browns pick come in. David Bell, wide receiver out of Purdue. Good more good slot wide receiver, more quicker than fast. He doesn't really run a real low 4.3 or 4.3 or 4.4 40. He's more in the 4.5 4.6s, but he's just consistent with his hands, consistent with his route running and separation. So he's just going to be that guy that he's not going to wow you with anything, but he's just a football player. He's just a guy, go out there, throw the ball to him, get it in his vicinity, and more often than not, he's going to come down with it. So solid pick there for the Browns. All right, now next up is the Cardinals with the 100th overall pick. We have officially hit the top 100 of the draft. Who would be? I think this is where another inside linebacker goes off the board. Well, actually, could be one of two. Could be either Leo Chanel of Wisconsin or the kid I was talking about earlier, Tariq Woolen out of University of Texas, San Antonio. He is 6'4", 205, just a massive, massive human being at corner, and has all of the speed that you really could need in a cornerback with all of the length and size you just can't find. He's a bit of a unicorn when it comes to the height, weight, speed combo that he is. Was kind of hoping the Broncos would stay pat and snatch him up. I think he would be an absolute boon and when it comes to size and speed. I mean, could you imagine having PS2 over here at 6'2" and